Animal Evaluation Team. Upon graduation from Texas Tech, he attended Colorado State University, earned a master's degree in animal nutrition while assisting and coaching the livestock judging team.
Really nice, high quality type of female. I think the young man's got her dialed in pretty well. I think she's got a great female look up front, have her with a lot of quality. Be fun to see her back here in a little bit, but congratulations on that single entry. Nice way to start the day.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 1 is entry 462, Easton Elrod.
Is he the only one in that class?
I told him yesterday.
Did you hear what yourself?
Woody, I caught Max running around with a young woman last night, and he said his wife knew it.
They ain't supposed to help nobody else.
Well, they might have seen you.
I told you, keep it quiet.
Howdy. Doing good. Did you see Lindy's interview?
I did. Yeah, I saw that.
I don't know what time she did mine. Mine was at 6, and it was ugly.
She said, he said, hey, what's your favorite part of the movie? She said, oh, favorite orientation.
really like her eye appeal. Ultra attractive female when she comes in the ring. She's sound, she's mobile, get her planted, she's got a phenomenal look from the side. Young man does a really nice job with her, and I think it's just her added quality that really kind of sorts her to the front of this lineup. Really nice heifer there that we land on in the second class. I think the heifer that most closely resembles her is the young lady's female here coming in second. Up front, she's got a great female look to her head and her neck. She comes back relatively level in her top. I change her pin set ever so slightly and give her just a touch more flank, but a female that has some quality, especially up to the front 2/3 of her body. Maybe just like to change a couple small things in her, but nice, fundamentally correct type of female there nonetheless. Young lady's heifer that comes in third, I think a moderate type of female. I think one that long term is going to have some body and some practicality. I think make a nice breeding piece for the female. In comparison to the two others, maybe gets just a touch plainer in her look, just gives up some eye appeal in comparison to those two other cattle in front of her. But a good trio of cattle. Again, congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
Winning Class 2 is entry 460 Easton Elrod from Coleman. In second is 205 Kendley McCain from Clay. In third is 149 Emma Grace Paget from Conecuh. Class 2's coming in, Class 3. Entry 429 is Lindy Meadows from Randolph County. 43 is Silas Galat from Lee County. Check every once in a while to see who's behind us.
I've been doing that. I know voices enough to know who some of them are, but you never know.
Yep. Quite a few years ago, I was at a seminar, sitting with some customers having a beer.
Can you do me a favor? Yeah, what you need? Can you hand me some wet wipes? I sure can. He knows you need them.
You making a chocolate
Good thing
pie?
I brought these.
I didn't think your voice could get that low.
Good thing I'm not. I got a strong stomach, huh?
You sound like
One of
this.
those things.
You'll hear me when I go, it's time to rumble. I used to do that in that big coliseum in there, and it'd just echo.
There's plenty more if you need. You can get. I'll be glad to get them.
Do you put meringue on that chocolate pie?
Do what?
Did you put meringue on that chocolate pie?
That's a good beer this morning.
So we were sitting there drinking beer and telling jokes, and I started this joke about a tongue-tied guy and got halfway into it and realized one of the guys sitting there has a speech impediment, and I froze, and he looked at me and he said, "It's okay."
What's Mr. Butch's phone number?
I'll text it to you. Class 3 is entry 43, that's Silas Gallant from Lee County. In second is 429 Lindy Meadows from Randolph County. Class 4 is coming in, 3 entries. 411 is Emsley Lovelace from Lauderdale County. 295 is Tanner Truesdale from Watauga County. 158 is Amelia Ivy from Houston County. The young lady in the ring with the big old camera is Miss Reba Hicks. She's our photographer. If you need pictures, just find Miss Reba and ask her.
A really nice class, and I think a lot of differences in breed type and influences kind of their body type quite a bit. It's not surprising that the more Maine-influenced female that starts us off has the most rib, and she's got the most body, yet she's the most powerful from behind. Her added bone really complements her added foot size at the ground in comparison to the two cattle directly behind her. I think a big selling point for her, though, just she's so cowy in her rib and her body, and her added stoutness from behind is really the selling point for me. That's a nice female that's really nicely presented there that leads off. Young man's heifer that's coming in second. This one's Not surprising, more Angus influence in her kind. She's got more of an Angus female look from the profile. That's not necessarily a bad thing. I think this one's going to be a great looking female for the young man. She's got a good profile. She's really deep in her rib. She's extended up front. She's really long and level in her hip. I think she just gives up some bone and some depth or some boldness to her forehead. I think the biggest thing is we get right in behind her. She gives up just in that dimension to the heifer that leads off. But a very fundamentally correct type of female that'll make a nice cow. Congratulations to him. Coming in next is a Hereford female. She's probably more moderate in her size. Her transition into her forehead from her shoulder, I read it maybe be just a nickel bolder. I think a female appreciate from that standpoint. She gets a touch plainer up to her front end and her chest for me, just in terms of quality and eye appeal. Maybe just isn't in the same level or league as those two other heifers right in front of her, but I think she's moderate, she's cowy, and she's sound. Should make a nice cow. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 4 is entry 411, Emsley Lovelace from Lauderdale County. In second is 295, Tanner Truesdale from Watauga. In third is entry 158, Amelia Ivy from Houston County. Class 5's coming in. We should have 4 entries. .146 is Colton Madgett from Kanaka County. 210 is Shay McCain from Lake. 403 is Austin. Houston. Entry 209 is Shay McCain from Clay. If you want to watch the show today, or if you've got someone at home that wants to watch it, you can go to juniorlivestockexpo.com and watch it live stream. That's juniorlivestockexpo.com. If you would, while you're waiting for the judge to finish this class, whale boards, the sponsors for the show this year. I'm going to read off some others real quickly. That are special orders. These first few are all going to be Federation, Alabama Farmers Federation. This is Kanaka County, Dale County, Dallas County, Marshall County, Monroe County, Pike County, Shelby County, Washington County, and Winston County. Then we have the Alabama 4-H Foundation, Growing Alabama's Future. We have Alabama Ag Credit. Some don't get this, but they do. Alabama BCIA, Alabama BCIA Performance Pays, Alabama Beef Checkoff, Exports for CK Cattle. They have an annual sale the last Friday of October. Great Southern Wood. Pressure treated pine, if it doesn't have that yellow label, you don't want it. In Sun South, nothing runs like a deer. If you see any of those representatives or sponsors, thank them for sponsoring the show this year. And take your garbage. Be careful and don't go real fast.
glass of sort, and there's one that probably comes to the front pretty easily, but I still think this one could be improved in some areas, but the reason she starts is because she's cowy in her look, she's sound, and I think of the group, she most resembles kind of a look and quality that we want to see from the side. Like I said, she's not perfect in her loin, maybe like to change her there just ever so slightly, and then just give her just a touch more depth back into her flank, but her body and quality really sort her up in this class. I think a nice place to start. The heifer that comes in second, I think the cattle in 2 and 3 are both sounder in their structural build than the one that we close with. I think this one maybe just has a touch more quality from the profile, especially up to her front 1/3. Back into her hip and her pin set's really where I'd like to change her. She really drops her pins. Really like just to elevate her there, set her a touch higher in her tail head, just to balance her out, maybe a nickel smoother from the profile. But a nice female nonetheless, and she stays second just because of her sounder structural build. Heifer that comes in next, she's one that is moderate. She has some rib and some body. I think a female that is relatively sound in her structural build. She just gives up some quality to the 2 other cattle directly in front of her. From the profile is really where she starts to get beat, and maybe just like to see her smoother and with a higher quality look. She's still sounder over the heifer that we close with, though, and I think the female here is really moderate. I appreciate those things about her. We pull her to lead. She just needs to be loosened up in her structural build. She just gets too tight for me to work up any higher. Good competitive class. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 5 is entry 210, Shay McCain from Clay County. In second is 209, Shay McCain from Clay County. In third is 146, Colton Paget from Conecuh. In fourth is 403, Austin Fowler from Houston. Class 6 is coming in. We should have 5 entries. First in is entry 161, Amelia Ivy from Houston County. Then we have 288, Brian Lambert Jr. from Lowndes. 286 is another one of Brian Lambert Jr.'s cattle from Lowndes. 140. Which one scratched?
288. All right. Thank you.
Thanks. 145 is Colton Paget from Conecuh, and entry 8 is Kaylee Lance from Coleman.
a nice pair of cattle up top, and they're vastly different. I'll be the first to admit that. Ultimately, the one that we land on is probably a little bit more Angus-like in her look, and I think that's a good thing. She just has more female quality up through her front end. I think a heifer that is really moderate in her kind. She's bolder in her body. She might give up some bone to the heifer right in behind her and some stoutness to her feature. I think a female that is really practical in her kind, and when she's pulled the lead, I much prefer the way she utilizes her hip and her rear leg. Maybe like to stouten her up in her feature. Condition-wise, probably a little bit further than I'd probably prefer. Maybe like to lean her up just a touch, but I still think she's cowlier than the one that we have that comes in second. One in second is a little different. She's an outlier in the fact she's got more bone, she's a little stouter, she's longer about her neck, and she's a little taller about her shoulder. She comes back into a more powerful hip. I love those things about her. When we pull the cattle to lead, that's where she probably stands in that second hole for me. I don't see her to utilize her hip and her hind leg maybe quite as effectively as the heifer that leads up. I'd like to loosen her up and just see her sit down, just a nickel sounder on the go, but still a female with a great deal of quality. That pair in 1 and 2 are really nice, maybe yet for completely different reasons. Heifer that comes in third, I think a really moderate cowy type of female, one that has some dimension to her. I think a female though from the side, she gets just a little plainer in the look, especially up front, maybe like just a changer in her hip structure where she gets a little rounder. Just piece her together, nickel, smoother from the side, but a nice moderate cow there that comes in that third position. Young men that we close with, they're really long-sided type of female. One structural build on this one probably read be fine. Maybe like to stouten her up in her bone work and just give her a touch more quality. But a nice competitive class, especially those two up top. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Winning Class 6 is entry 8, Kaylee Lance from Coleman County. In second is 161 Amelia Ivy from Houston. In third is 286 Brian Lambert Jr. from Lowndes. In fourth is 145 Colton Paget from Keina. We have 3 entries in Class 7. Entry 27 is Michaela Walker from Madison County. 86 is Skyland Dyson from Jefferson. 275 is Olivia Maddox from DeKalb.
females at the top of this class, and for me, the one that we start with, I really just like her shape. She's really flat and smooth in the way that she's made in her shoulder, yet she's so cowy in her rib and her body. I really love the productive look that she gives you from the side. Not maybe one to cooperate quite as well right now, but when you stop her and get her planted, just really like her look of balance and the way that she hooks her tail head into the top side of her hip, maybe just a nickel smoother than the one right in behind her, and I think that just builds on her quality look. A really nice female there that we lead off. Not to take anything away from the heifer that comes in second, there's a lot of really nice balance parts on her. She's really sound as you get in behind her. She's really long bodied, and I think a female that is sound enough in her structural build. As she gets out on the go, she maybe opens up in her shoulder just ever so slightly. She's a little coarser in her tail head, and that's where I'd like to change her in comparison to that lead-off heifer, but a really nice pair of quality females in 1 and 2. Young lady's heifer coming in 3, a really moderate female. She gets out with some length to her stride. She has some rib and some body. Just from the profile, she gets beat. Her tail head doesn't lay in maybe quite as smooth. She isn't quite as attractive through her front end. I'd like to change her just to give her a shot more quality in comparison to those 2 cattle in front of her. But a really nice class, especially those 2 up top. Congratulations.
So they're trying to figure this deal out down here. Winning Class 7 is entry 275, Olivia Maddox from DeKalb County. In second is 27, Michaela Walker from Madison. In third is 86, Skyland Dyson from Jefferson. Class 8's coming in. We should have 3 entries. 235 is Callie Ray Childress from Morgan County. 484 is Avery Milstead from Randolph. 208 is Shay McCain from Clay. Did you go in the hospitality last night? I think it's 22 tables we set up in there. I don't think it was enough, even though we changed that thing around. Yeah. Be sure to look around at the sponsors, the billboards, banners, and see any of the representatives. Thank them for sponsoring the show this year. Also, if you want to watch the show live stream, go to juniorlivestockexpo.com. It's juniorlivestockexpo.com for the live stream of the show.
really nice female that wins this class, and I think she does so pretty comfortably for me. I think a female that starts to exhibit a really elite look from the side. I really like just the way that she's pieced together. I think a female that is really sound. She's really cowy, but really the big differentiator, just a female that exhibits a great deal of quality from the side. A really nice one there to start with. Excited to see her back in a little bit. Young lady's black and white heifer coming in next. I think one that has some stoutness to her features. She's got some big bones. She's got some stoutness as you step in behind her. She gets maybe a little bit piecier from the profile. Her tail head needs to be laid in just a nickel smoother. I'd pull her down in her flank and give her just a touch more body in comparison to that lead-off heifer, but I still think she balances up a nickel better than the heifer that comes in third, and I think she's definitely stouter. A nice female nonetheless. Female that we close with, a moderate female, a female that has some depth and some turn to her forehead and her body. I think from last 2/3 of her body, she gets just a touch plainer in her hip and her rear leg assembly. Get in behind her, she just gives up some dimension to the cattle in front of her. Good class, especially the one up top. Congratulations.
Winning Class 8 is entry 235, Callie Ray Childers from Morgan County. In second is 484, Avery Milstead from Randolph County. Third is 208, Shay McCain from Clay County.
We have,
Yes.
yes, 3 in this.
I'll go get him a water.
Jimmy was going. Class 9's coming in. We have 3 entries. 255 is Laura Landers Franklin from Blount County. 154 is Gus Ashley from Montgomery.
a nice pair here up top, and I think it's close between the respective pair for me. That the one I'm initially drawn to is the young ladies. I think she's one that reads really fresh in her look. I think she's really big and bold in her center and her body. Planted there when she's pieced together, I think she exhibits just the most female quality and balance. She's not perfect maybe in her top line as she gets out on the go, and I'd like to set her down just a nickel more comfortable there in her hog as she gets out on the go, but I think she's sound enough to go ahead and lead off. I think a female that has a great deal of quality. The looser spine heifer is definitely the 1 and 2. I like her right in behind her shoulder, back into her hip. She reads longer, she reads more level, she reads better in her hock placement to the ground. I particularly like that about this female. For me, she's just not quite as fresh in her look. She has a nickel more chest, and her underlying balance doesn't maybe just set in quite as smooth and as neat as that heifer in front of her. But a close pair in that pair just because of the structural build, and the heifer there in second. Heifer that we close with, a nice Simmental type female. I think a good production female would be a nice cow for this young man. She's good in her structural build. She's sound in terms of her structure. She's big bodied, but she just gives up some look maybe to those 2 other cattle. But I think this one will make a really nice cow for the young man. Nice type of Simmental female there to close. Good class again. Congratulations to all 3 of those exhibitors.
Winning Class 9 is entry 255, Laura Landers Franklin from Blount County. In second is 154, Gus Ashley from Montgomery. In third is 52, Levi Franklin from Geneva. Hey, bud, you realize that Levi was John Franklin? How are you doing? Did you sleep good last night? Look at this cutie right here.
Well, hello. How are you? I'm Miss
That's sour.
Kim. It's good to meet you.
Class 10 is in. We have 2 entries. 60 is Dow Boyd from Coffee County. 270 is Holly Kate Dubose from Hyde County.
A real Cowie one that leads this class off with, and she does so just because I think she exhibits maybe more pieces of quality. I think there on the standstill, I prefer her look at balance from the side, maybe a nickel more than the heifer right in behind her. Back to 2/3 of her, she's so Cowie, and her hip and hind leg structure reads to be a little bit more appropriate than the heifer in second, and so that's what sorts this one up. I think maybe from a condition standpoint, she's getting maybe a little out there. I'd maybe like to trim her up just a hair and see her just a nickel more female-like up front. It's getting really critical on a nice class winner. Heifer coming in second, one that's longer spined. I think she's one that's longer about her neck, and she's got more kind of a female look up front. I really appreciate that about this female. And if she had a better rear third assembly, I might consider switching that pair. She just gets a touch plainer for me in her hip and just needs a more attractive rear leg set. But female, front 2/3 of her reach really nice, just might like to change a few aesthetic things right there in her hip. Good competitive pair. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Winning Class 10 is entry 60, Dow Boyd from Coffee County. In second is 270, Holly Kate Dubose from Pike County. We're ready for our class winners to come back in for the commercial championship drive.
Oh, that's a new calf.
From Class 1, we have entry 462, Easton Elrod from Coleman County. From Class 2, we have entry 460. That's also Easton Elrod from Coleman County. From Class 3, we have entry 43, Silas Galat from Lee County. Then we have 411, Emsley Lovelace from Lauderdale County. Followed by 210, Shay McCain from Clay County.
How many cows can fit in here? A bunch.
From Class 6, we have entry 8, Kylie Lance from Coleman County. From Class 7, we have entry 275, Olivia Maddox from DeKalb County. From Class 8, entry 235 is Callie Ray Childers from Morgan County. From Class 9, we have 255, Laura Landris Franklin from Blount County. From Class 10, we have entry 60, Dow Boyd from Coffee County. The judge will be choosing your champion and reserve champion commercial heifers.
Well, as we finish up in our first breed of the day, commercial division, a big division with a lot of classes and a lot of quality. First and foremost, those of you ringside, big round of applause for all these exhibitors. I'm going to pull a quick audible. We've got a lot of folks around the ring, and before I start talking about any of the cattle, I would be completely remiss if I didn't pause the show to make just a couple of quick comments, right? We've got a gentleman up here, Galen, and I apologize, Galen, I don't remember your last name, but folks, he's been here announcing this show 30 plus years. I think this is his 30th year, and today's his last day. I know that he's given a lot of time and effort to the folks and the kids here. And Galen, I know doing this means a lot to you. So folks ringside, give Galen a big round of applause. I didn't know if he was going to be here pretty much all day. He said he was going to have to leave maybe a little bit early on us and wasn't going to close the show. I was hoping to do that maybe at the end, Galen, but while we had a big crowd, I wanted to make sure to give you a shout out. Give back to the cattle. Folks, this is a really nice lineup, and I usually don't go through and talk every single one. I'll talk some of the highlights within this respective division. Young man out of Class 2, I think a really nice balanced type of female. This one's really green in her condition, but she's got a great look from the side. I think she's really sound. She reads really correct. Maybe she just gives up some mass in comparison, but this female's got a great future. There's a lot of things that I like about this one just in regards to her basic build. She's got a great female look and a great future. I'm really high on that one. We kind of work our way into some of these other cattle down the lineup. Young lady in the blue shirt there with kind of the more Gelby influence female. Get that one parked on the side. She reads with a great female look. I love her up front. I love her hip and hind leg assembly. I think it's about as good as anything in the lineup. I think a female that, in comparison to a couple of others, I don't know right in behind her shoulder, that she maybe reads quite as stout, but that's a really nice Gelby bouncer type female. Really like a lot of things about her. She's a nice, nicely presented female that exhibits a lot of quality. Semi-female right in behind her is another standout in the group. I think they're part. She's got as much rib and body relative to her frame and her size as anything. I love the cowiness to her. I love her shape. I love her stoutness and her soundness. She may be just a little bit lighter bone than the heifer that we talked about. And then typical to her semi breed, she might have just a little bit of leather to the bottom side of her neck. But if you study the top side of her neck and her head, I think that female's got a great shape. She's got a great look. A lot of things that I really like about her. Heifer that we close with, that comes out of her last class, really cowy in her look. On the standstill gives you a great, nicely presented profile. I think that heifer gets maybe just a little bit plainer for me up through her front end. I'd like to just, in comparison, loosen her up out of her hip and hock ever so slightly. But folks, those are the standouts for me. I'll go out and show you the two that I like. Big round of applause again for all these exhibitors.
We need 484 Avery Milstead. Your champion commercial heifer comes from Class 8, entry 235, Callie Ray Childers from Morgan County.
Thank you.
Your reserve champion comes from Class 7, entry 275, Olivia Maddox from DeKalb County. And let me tell you, it's been an honor and a pleasure to do this for so many years. Huh? Class 11's coming in. This is our class of AOB American. We have 2 entries. Entry 53 is Levi Franklin from Geneva County. Entry 90 is Hope Shalonkin from Pike County.
A nice pair, and both of these cattle are completely different. For me, the one that leads off, just a little stouter in her bone work. I think a female that reads bolder and fresher in her body shape. I like her added stoutness as you get in behind her. Maybe like just to change her up front, just ever so slightly. I think the female that comes in second ties her neck in maybe just a little bit better, but from there back, she's really good in her body. Really like her hip and her hind leg, and that's what seals the deal for me. Heifer that comes here in second, more Brahmin influence, like I said. I really like her up front. She's got a long neck. She ties it in good to the top of her shoulder. I think that's a female that reads with a lot of turn to her body and her rib. maybe like to change her hip and hind leg assembly just ever so slightly. I still think she's sound and functional, but it's just the aesthetic component of her rear leg and maybe being a touch frailer. But a nice competitive pair. Both of those are nice females. Congratulations to both those young people.
Winning Class 11 is entry 90, Hope Shalunson from Pike County. In second is 53, Levi Franklin from Geneva County. Class 12's coming in. It's our second class of AOB American. Entry 94 is Etta Hudson from Coleman. 93 is Etta Hudson's other heifer. Entry 51 is Levi Franklin from Geneva County.
And you brought another one.
That's a different one.
See, this one's older and it's bigger.
Your claim to fame, national TV.
That's funny.
little bit more time on these top two, and I've gone back and forth on them because I think there's some big differences amongst this respective pair, and I like both of them maybe for a little bit the different reasons. The one that hit me initially the hardest when it came in was the young man. So I think a female that reads really bold and cowy in her body. She's really stout in her bone work. I think a female that her hump placement back into her hip reads really correct and really true. There's times when we stop her and get her planted, she wanted to act up there a little bit more and wasn't quite, set in good enough in her hip and was throwing maybe her balance off, but she's so stout in her bone, she's so cowy. That's the one that initially hit me the hardest, and I'm going to go ahead and continue to use her to lead this group off. The one coming in second, the young lady stops her and gets her set up about as good as anything. She's got a great female look up front. She's long in her top. I really like her hip and her hind leg placement. I think she's got a great attractive look from the profile, and just aesthetically when she stops her and gets her planted, I initially wanted to maybe switch that pair. I just don't know that there's enough just turn to her rib in comparison. I don't see the same just cowy shape in her that we do that lead off effort, but that pair is close because they're completely different, but both really nice type of females. Another really long-sided type of heifer comes in next, red heifer there, really up-headed, really long. I think she's got some stoutness to her feature. She just needs maybe a touch more rib and a touch more body in comparison. It's a good group of Brahman cattle. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
That big old kid's daddy used to. Okay, we have our class winners for the AOB American Division back in. From Class 11, we have entry number 90, that's Hope Shalonson from Pike County. From Class 12, we have entry 51, Levi Franklin from Geneva County. Judge will be choosing your champion and reserve champion, AOB American.
A nice pair of class winners, and both of them are completely different. The more Angus influenced female up front, I love her moderation. I love her freshness to her body. I think a female that reads really long and correct in her hip structure. She's really sound and correct as she gets out on the move. Her neck placement into her shoulder at times, I'd like to just pull her up just a touch. She gets maybe just a little bit slack and just give her a touch more look up front. But that's a female that from their back is really fresh in her body, really like the length to her hip. Heifer that wins that second class, the bigger Brahman female. She's won again, disposition-wise. The group of females in that class maybe wasn't acting the best today. When we stop this one and get her set up, like I said, she's really cowy in her features. She's really long body. I think a female that has a lot of bone, a lot of stoutness to her. There's a lot of things that I like about this female. Young man out of class 2 of the Brahman heifer. He's going to have her champion. Congratulations.
Your champion comes from Class 12, entry 51, Levi Franklin from Geneva County. We need entry 93 for Etta Hudson Inn.
Levi won this champion.
Young lady comes in that was second in that class, and again, a female that offers a great deal of balance and look. We talked about her in class. When you park her and get her set up from the side, she gives you about as good of a look as anything that we've seen within this respective breed and division. I really like those things about her. I thought that pair was close, and I'm going to keep them together. Young lady, you're going to be reserved.
Your reserve champion comes from Class 12 also, entry 93, Etta Hudson from Coleman. The young lady with entry 90, Hope Shalonson from Pike County, has your bred and owned champion for the AOB division.
Hey,
attention, if any of you
have a black Dodge Caravan that's handicapped accessible, it needs to be moved or they're gonna tow it. Black Dodge Caravan handicapped vehicle needs to be moved down by the barn.
I want to take a minute and get Mr. Frank French up here. He wants to, Frank Ellis. He wants to make some comments.
not quite, about 30-something.
30-something, he said. It's real close to 40. But we love Galen. We greatly appreciate him. He's the vice president of the SLE, and he's going to be moving up in the ranks, and he needs to have his attention elsewhere. So this is his last day announcing. On behalf of the SLE, we got several officers in here, and I just want to thank him for his service over the years. He's done a fantastic job, and we're very proud of him. So let's give him a big hand. Thank y'all. Thank you, Galen.
Now I can't talk. They cut my pay is what happened.
As we start back in here into our AOB British division, nice single entry heifer, motley face heifer that stopped and planted. Great female look. I like her shape. She's really fresh. I think a female, maybe like to stound her up in her bone work just ever so slightly, but getting really critical on a high quality female. We'll see her back in a second. Congratulations.
Tonight will they be a rodeo?
Winning class 13, your AOB British division is entry 314 Asa Thompson from Pike Road. Excuse me, Pike County.
Will there be a rodeo tonight?
This afternoon. One this afternoon, one tonight. We get to go to 2 today. Class 14's in. This is entry 135, Mackenzie Smith from Marshall County. Okay, number 90.
Really nice, moderate Hereford type female that comes in this AOB division. I think one that single entry, really big body. She's really cowy. I think a female that it reads really long in her spine. Female that maybe like just cleaned up in her chest and her neck ever so slightly, but from there back, she's got a lot of value and a lot of production value to her. Nice type of female. We'll see her back in a little bit. Congratulations.
Winning class 14 is entry 135, Mackenzie Smith from Marshall County. We have your class winners of the AOB British division back in. From class 13, we have entry 314, Asa Thompson from Pike County. From class 14, we have entry 135, Mackenzie Smith from Marshall. The judge will be choosing your champion and reserve champion AOB British.
We have two head in this division, so it isn't going to take just a lot of time. Both really nice class winners and single entries within their respective classes. The black heifer up front, I like her balance parts. I think she's got a great female look up front. And I think that's the big difference as you compare her back to the Hereford female. Like we talked the Hereford female from her shoulder back, she's got a cowy look to her. She's really long in her spine. I just prefer maybe the added quality up front that we see in the black heifer. Young man up here is going to be our champion. Young lady's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion, AOB British, comes from Class 13, entry 314. That's Asa Thompson from Pike County. Your reserve comes from Class 14, entry 135, Mackenzie Smith from Marshall County.
Where we at?
We're starting on the Angus breed. You know how I pronounce that G real strong there?
Mackenzie Smith, Marshall, entry number 135.
Thank you, Marcus. I appreciate that.
Okay, so 135, what's the one before her?
Much deserved.
Asa.
314?
Uh-huh.
Class 15's coming in. This is our first class of Angus. We have 3 entries. Entry 350 is Clayton Cosper from Randolph County. 347 is Sammy Huey from Randolph County. 212 is Megan Crittenden from Elmore County.
So we get started here in our Angus show. A nice group of females, a big variation maybe in performance, and I might be taking more of a risk using maybe the lower performing female of the trio, but I much prefer her basic build and body in comparison to the two other cattle. I really think she's the soundest at the ground. I really like her hip and her hind leg set. I think a female in comparison, she's going to be really moderate in her kind. I really like the front end quality in her and the way her spine hooks up right in behind her shoulder. If I were to put money on one of these to take home for my daughter, it'd probably be the young man. So I take a risk with that one, and young man, you're going to be our class winner today. Heifer comes in second. Not anything wrong with this one. She's super long about her neck. She's really long in her spine. Gets just a touch longer in her cannon bone and frailer in her bone work. Long term, I don't see maybe the same depth of rib and in volume maybe in her that potentially see in that heifer that we lead off with. But in terms of length of side, she's got a big advantage. In terms of length up front, she's got a quality look. Maybe just like to just change her in her body. That could potentially come with time, but I read her maybe to be a bigger heifer long term, and so maybe a little bit more risky there. Heifer there that we close with, she's definitely the highest performing female of the trio, and so if performance and weight is your priority, this is probably the one you navigate to. For me, I don't read the same female quality in her. Up front, see her maybe just to be a little bit plain. She gives up some balance and some look. The other two cattle ahead of her, but a nice trio with a lot of variation. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
Winning Class 15 is entry 350, Clayton Cosper from Randolph County. In second is 347, Sammy Huey from Randolph. And in third is 212, Megan Crittenden from Elmore.
Miss Jimmy, but you ain't getting my mug.
Class 16 is coming in, entry 387 is Broward Downs from Elmore County. 138 is Amelia Brewer from Marshall. Stacy Sewell from Dale.
Entry 14 is Camden Upchurch from Clay.
interesting class of Angus heifers to sort through, and I think there are 4 really nice type of females. I even don't think the one that we close with is off quality by any means, and I think quality is probably as deep as we've seen in any class today. I think there's just a lot of variation amongst this group, and there's still not a perfect one. The heifer that I start with catches my eye the quickest when she comes in because she's got a really attractive front end. She sends her neck really high to the top of her shoulder. Young lady stops her and gets her planted. I think she gets her stuck really nicely, and she's still one that is maybe sound enough in her structural build. I think she's better in her shoulder placement into her body than the heifer that comes right in behind her. She still opens up right in behind her shoulder at times, and I'd like to change her in that regard. But a nice, correct female, really intriguing breeding piece. Heifer that comes in second, this one's the boldest in her body. She's the stoutest in her bone work and the most powerful female. In comparison, that lead-off heifer, I'd like to lay her in just a nickel smoother right in her shoulder. At times, her top line doesn't set in maybe quite as ideal or quite as correct, but stop her and get her set up. Young man pieces her together really, really nicely. I think it's a female that has a lot of boldness and power, maybe just some aesthetic components that I'd maybe like to lay in just a nickel leader. Completely opposite to that is a female that has a great female look up front, a female that is really smooth in the way that she's designed, really long and correct in her spine, and she's really correct in her structural build. I put this one third today just because I don't know that she has the same rib and body in those 2 other cattle that we just talked about. If we drop her down and give her just a shot more freshness to her body and a shot more depth to her flank, I think she could compete with those other 2. Maybe just gets outhorsed today. Heifer that we closed with, like we discussed, really moderate female that's sound. Again, I still see some quality in her, maybe just in comparison, just a little plainer out of her hip, and just a lower performing female that just needs a touch more dimension. But a good group of cattle, 1 through 4, commend all those exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 16 is entry 138, Amelia Thrower from Marshall County. In second is 14, Camden Upchurch from Clay. Third is 99, Pacey Sewell from Dale. And fourth is 387, Briar Downs from Elmore. Class 17's coming in. We have 4 entries. 439 is Scarlet Honeycutt from Montgomery. 125 is Kinley Wood from Coleman. 423 is Shep Evans from Lowndes. 338 is Sarah Beth Faust from Blunt.
Kinley Wood is a scratch. Kinley Wood is a scratch.
That upsets me
Know it.
because the first time she showed, her mama come up and thanked me for pronouncing her name.
Oh.
You know who it is, don't you?
Yeah.
Shep Evans. That's Chuck's grandson.
Who?
This Shep
Oh,
Evans.
oh. I know what you're saying now.
Chuck's daughter married Bradfield Evans.
I'm thinking Chuck Howard when you said that. And it
No.
hit me, Chuck.
Chuck Medeiros.
Oh, Lord.
Called me this morning and said, give me a report. Said, We had never met the boy before. What do you think? He seemed like a nice enough guy. Pretty good.
He's fixing to present those Angus class. Or when they do, I don't know if I'm gonna. I may be late for the meeting, but I'm gonna be there.
Do anybody need any ticket read calls since she's not going to make it?
I've got two.
I've got 4 for this afternoon and 4 for tonight.
An intriguing class, especially the top two, and I think there's some differences within this respective pair. The young lady that we start with, I think just the eye-appealing female of the group. I think one that reads really fresh in her body. I think a female that really nicely presented, yet her additional, her added depth to her flank and just the turn that she has to her body. I really like her shape, and I think a female that is just a lot bolder, and because of that, she needs to come to the front and win. Heifer that comes in next, I think one that is more intriguing for me up front. I like the front third of this female, maybe a little more than the heifer that leads off. She's got a great Angus head on her. She's got a great neck, ties it in really smooth into her shoulder. She's long spine, she's loose structured. Today, maybe on a more comparative discussion, I don't see the same body shape in her. Maybe add just a touch more flank in her. And again, I think that'll come in time and make that pair more competitive. But today, just didn't think it was quite enough, so I kept the second young man in a really close decision. Young lady that comes in next, really moderate female. I think a female that's long-sided, a female that has a good female look up front again. I think a female that just gets out-forced and out-performed within this respective group, but a nice female there to close with. Good competitive class. Congratulations again to those exhibitors.
Winning Class 17 is entry 338, Sarah Beth Faust from Blount County. In second is 423, Shep Evans from Lowndes. In third is 439, Scarlett Honeycutt from Montgomery. Class 18 of your Angus divisions coming in, we have 3 entries. First in is 339, Sarah Beth Faust from Blount County. 267 is Mason Dubose from Pike County. 129 is Collins Cofield from Randolph County.
high-quality female that comes to the front of this class, and I think her balance and structural build and that combination really seal the win for her. She's just really up-headed. She's good-looking from the side. She's got more depth than the heifer that comes in second, but her big advantage is when she's pulled the lead, she's a lot more comfortable out of her hip and her hind leg. She's definitely the most functional heifer in the lineup. Heifer that comes in two, some may call it close between 2 and 3, just some structural comparison between them. I think the heifer in 2 offers more quality. I think she's a bull-ripped female. She's got a good look up front. On the go, she gets maybe a little tighter out of her hip and her rib leg for me, and so I'd like to change those things about her. But like I said, still think she offers more quality and more just breeding value maybe than the heifer that comes in third. Heifer that comes in third, a moderate heifer, one that has some depth to her rib, and she's got some utility to her rib leg. I'd like to stout her up in her bone work and maybe just give her a shot more look from the side. Female that could use maybe just a touch more freshness, but a good competitive class, especially the heifer up top. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 18 is entry 339, Saver Beth Faust from Blount County. In second is 129, Collins Cofield from Randolph. In third is 267, Mason Dubose from Pike. Class 19 of your Angus division. Entry 382 is Ella Grace Downs from Elmore. 269 is Holly Kate Dubose from Pike. And 419 is Ellis Ann Evans from Lowndes.
really think soundness sorts this trio, and for me, the most functional female sorts up. At the ground, she's the most correct in her foot shape. She gets out with the most flex to her spine. She's really long and level in her top line and out of her hip, and I think she's the most correct in her rear leg. Don't know that she's maybe the deepest flanked female that we've seen today. I think she's a female that still offers a lot of balance and look and freshness, but her big attribute in this class is just her sounder structural build, and that's where I like her. Heifer that comes in too, I think one really modern in her kind. I think a female up hip forward probably gives you some good looks. She's got maybe a touch more depth to her flank than the heifer in front of her. I think a heifer that's really bold to the turn to her rib. For me, when she's pulled the lead, heifer gets a touch tighter out of her hip and her hock. Need to loosen her up to get her around that heifer right in front of her. Heifer that we close with, I think you can make some structural arguments within this respective pair. I think she gets out with more flex to her hock, but she still isn't perfect in that regard because I don't know that she's quite correct in her spine and the hook up to her loin. I'd like to change her there, but a female that's really long-sided, female that has some depth, again, female just with some structural concerns. A nice class, especially the sound one up top. Congratulations.
Winning class 19 is entry 419, Ellis Ann Evans from Lowndes County. In second is 382, Ella Grace Downs from Elmore County. In third is 269, Holly Kate Dubose from Pike County. Thank y'all so much for the honor. I'm going to turn the mic over to Jeff and scoot on out of here. This cowboy's riding away.
Can I use your stool?
Yep. That stool is so you can sit up and see what the judge is doing.
Entering the ring now, your class 20, Angus. Entry 104, Caleb Cook from Autauga County. Entry 16, Camden Upchurch from Clay County. Entry 124, Kenley Wood from Coleman County. And entry 101, Hudson Manning, Autauga County.
that leads off, and we can go on all day about a bunch of VSTs on her, but she's really elite in terms of her look. I like the freshness to her body. Really attractive hip and hind leg. I think just a very functional and high quality female there to lead off. Good place to start. It'll be fun to see how she stacks in a competitive group of class winners, but I'm really high on her. That's a really nice effort. Heifer that comes in too, I think a female that has some length of spine. I think in comparison, a female that again is really sound in terms of her structural build. She might be the soundest in the class the way she utilizes her hip and her hind leg. In comparison to that leadoff heifer, see her being maybe just a touch tighter in her heart, maybe not quite as bold in her flank, but I think there's a lot of value in her build. I really like the female quality and the balance that she offers. In comparison, maybe just not as bold and as stout, but that's a nice female with a lot of quality. I really appreciate a lot of things about her. Heifer that comes in 3, young man, if you want to bring yours around. I think yours is really moderate. She's stouter in her bones. She's really deep in her rib and her body. She opens up maybe a little bit more too much in terms of her shoulder. I'd like to just set her down more comfortable in her rear leg. I think we run into a pair of cattle in 3 and 4 that have some structural problems, and for me, this female maybe just has a little bit more to her in terms of her body and maybe just a little bit more look, but she definitely needs to be loosened up on both ends. Similar conversation with a young man's heifer. I think a female that has some rib and some body and some dimension. Ultimately, a female, again, similar to the heifer that we just discussed, opens up a little bit more in her shoulder. She needs a more attractive hip and hind leg assembly for me. A good class, especially the one up top. Congratulations.
First place in Class 20 is Camden Upchurch's 16 entry from Clay County. Second is Kinley Wood, Coleman County. Third place heifer was 104, Caleb Cook of Autauga County. And fourth place, Hudson Manning, Autauga County.
All good? Okay. Things are good over my way too. So you got my intel.
Yes, and I told Mr. Parnell just in the nick of time because the daddy came to talk to him. So. Class 21 entering the ring now, Angus heifers. Entry 399, Daisy McDuffer from Marion County. Entry 85, Skyland Dyson from Jefferson County. Entry 24, Michaela Walker, Madison County. And entry 96, Chloe Sewell from Dale County.
nice pair of cattle up top, and both of them are a little different. I think ultimately the fresher one that hits me initially harder is the one that we're going to start with. I like her female look, I like her body and her shape. I think a female, as she gets out on the go, reads really correct in her hips and her hind legs set. I think just a really correct, structured female. The big difference for me is she gets on the go, how she maintains her top line, and maybe just a little bit looser in her spine. But I think a nice female that just a touch fresher in her look. I called the pair close, and I think this female is really intriguing in the way that she's made up front. Her necktie is really good into her shoulder. I think a female that owns the class advantage in terms of depth of rib and body, and I love those attributes about her. When she's pulled on the lead, she wants to open up maybe just a little bit more right in behind her shoulder and get a touch tighter in her loin. I'd like to just see her nickel smoother in that regard and just loosen her up just ever so slightly to get around the heifer up front. Heifer that comes in next on the standstill, favor a lot of things in this one. She's really stout in her bone work. She's really powerful as you get in behind her. She's a really fresh, nicely maintained female. Just don't know that she pieces together from the side, especially in her hip structure, quite as correct as the other two cattle. Like the elevator in her pin set, drop her down with a more attractive rear leg. Heifer that we close with, really long in her spine, being a female that has some boldness and some dimension. In comparison, maybe a heifer that just gives up some quality, like just to change her rear leg assembly into her skeleton. But a nice long spine female, good competitive class, especially the two up top. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. Your first place entry is 96 from Chloe Sewell of Dale County. Placing second in the class is Skyland Dawson of Jefferson County. Third place heifer is number 24, Michaela Walker of Madison County. And finishing out the class is 399, Daisy McDuffie of Marion County. Entering the ring now is class 22. This will be your final class of Angus heifers. We have entry number 290 of Harper Starnes of DeKalb County, followed by entry 137 by Amelia Thrower of Marshall County, and entry 15, Camden Upchurch, Clay County. Immediately following the Angus show, before the Hereford show, we will present the 2024 Randy Owen Exhibitor Scholarship recipients.
up here with our last class of Angus females. I think all three of these females are really nice bred females. I think there's some small differences that sort the trio, and ultimately I think a really fresh female comes to the front, and I'm really sold on her freshness. That was the thing that hit me the hardest when she came in. I think she's so smooth in her shoulders. She's so clean about her neck. She's so clean in her underline. Maybe change her just in a couple of small areas, and this is getting really critical maybe in comparison to the heifer behind her. But tail head sets up just a nickel high at times, and then I think right in her forerib. She doesn't transition maybe the smoothest, but she paints just an incredible picture from the side. Ultra sound, ultra fresh. I really like a lot of aesthetic components about that female. Not to discredit this heifer that comes in second. This one is really intriguing, and I think really good for a lot of reasons. This one's the Cowie's one of the group, and she's so deep and so broody in her rib and her body. That's her big advantage of the group. I love the way she transitions back in comparison to the heifer that leads off, back into her tail head, maybe just a little bit smoother. She's really sounding correct in her rear leg. In comparison, I don't see her to be maybe quite as fresh. Chest is set in maybe just a little further out, and she opens up right in behind her shoulder. Again, getting really nitpicky on a heavy bred that reads really attractive. There's a lot of nice things I like about that female. That's a nice pair of females there in 1 and 2. Heifer that comes in third runs into a really tough and competitive class. I think one that's really moderate. I think a good female that has a lot of ribs. She's really fresh in her kind too. I maybe don't see the same build in her that I see in those other two. In particular, her top line and her hip structure. Like to change her in those regards to work her up around those other cattle. But a nice competitive class. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. Your Class 22 class winner is entry 137, Amelia Thrower from Marshall County. Placing second, entry 290, Harper Starnes from DeKalb County. And third place is entry number 15, Camden Upchurch, Clay County. He's already mentioned who the judge is, I'm assuming?
Yes,
As a reminder, after the Angus show, we will be recognizing the Randy Owen Scholarship recipients prior to the Hereford show.
Yes, you may. What would you like to see?
Your Angus Championship drive entering the ring now from Class 15, entry 350, Clayton Cosper of Randolph County. From Class 16, entry 138, Amelia Thrower from Marshall County. From Class 17, entry 338, Sarah Beth Faust from Blount County. Also by Sarah Beth Faust's other heifer in Class 18, 339. In Class 19, we have entry 419 by Ella Ann Evans, Lowndes County. From Class 20, entry 16, Camden Upchurch, Clay County. Class 21, entry 96, Chloe Sewell from Dale County. In Class 22, Amelia Thrower's other heifer, number 137.
Photos of the Angus champion in reserve as well as the bred and owned champion in reserve will be taken following the Randy Owen Scholarship presentation in the photo area in the Lewis Barn. As we come to the conclusion of a really competitive Angus breed, first and foremost, those of you ringside, big round of applause for all these exhibitors. I'm going to do the same thing that I did in our commercial division. I'm not going to go back through and talk about each one just for the purpose of time, but I will just share some of the highlights within this respective lineup and those that I think kind of stand out. It's been really tough and really good. There's a lot of really nice class winners, but there's a handful that come to the front for me. Young lady out of class 2 brings us a really nice female. I think a heifer that is really up-headed and attractive, a female that has a good look. When she's pulled the lead at times, and she was this way in class, I don't know that she's setting down quite as comfortable today in her ankle, and it could just be a byproduct of the shavings. But again, a female, when you stop her and get her set up, she balances up extremely nice. There's a lot of future in that female. I like that one a great deal. The young lady here in the purple shirt that comes out of our fourth class, again, another female for me that offers a tremendous amount of balance and eye feel. I think a female that back 2/3 of her reads really correct, love the hip and hind leg set. I don't know that maybe she's quite as bold right in her forerib in comparison to some other cattle. I like the way she pieces together, and I like the way she balances up. Really attractive female that's a standout for me in the lineup. Young man here in kind of the orangish shirt and a shirt that's in the second to last or third to last class. I think that one was a standout in that class. They're parked. She paints about as good of a picture from the profile as any. I think she's so deep in terms of her rib and her body. She's so cowy in terms of her look. I guess for me, get a little bit more critical on the go of the cattle that I've discussed and the one that I've yet to discuss. I get critical on her rear leg structure, maybe just a nickel more. I'd like to loosen her up there individually just ever so slightly, but I don't think it takes away from her functionality. I think that female, just some small pieces that you'd like to change in terms of her rear leg structure, and it could just be the thicker shavings today, but I think she's really cowy, she's really functional. Their part, she's got a tremendous look. Heifer that we closed with that last class, that was a good competitive group of breds, and we talked about this one just being really, really fresh. I don't know that there's a female in the lineup that's quite as fresh in her condition as this one. She just paints with a tremendous look of balance, and yet when she's pulled the lead, she's ultrasound. I think a female that reads really correct in terms of her structural build and her balance in her body. That was a nice one to close with. Those are the standouts for me in this lineup. Again, one more time, those of you ringside, big round of applause for all these exhibitors. I'll go show you the ones that I like.
Champion Angus comes from Class 22, entry 137, Amelia Thrower, Marshall County. Entering in the ring is the second place from that class, Harper Starnes and her 290 heifer from DeKalb County.
Again, I think there's two that come into conversation. The young mans that we just talked about. Again, they're parked. I think that's the second freshest one in the lineup. I think she's dialed into to a T in regards to her presentation. I love her there on the standstill. As we talked about her as an individual, maybe just a little tighter in her hop when she gets pulled to lead, and that's where I'd like to change her individually. Young lady that comes in for reserve out of that that last class, was second in that last class. That one is so big bodied, she's so cowy. Really like the hip and hind leg set in her. Got critical on her chest placement, got critical, maybe just not quite as fresh in comparison, but that's still a really impressive female. It's hard to get a good bred to this stage. It's her soundness, though, that seals the deal within that respective pair. Young lady, you're going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve Angus female, also from class 22, is Harper Starnes, 290 heifer from DeKalb County. The judge is now going to select our bred and owned Angus champion. For the bred and owned Angus division, we need entry number 338, Sarah Beth Faust from Blount County.
Sammy Huey.
We need entry number 347, Sammy Huey, Randolph County.
And, hang on.
And entry number 85, Skyland Dyson, Jefferson County.
Sorry. There.
So this one was just out here out of the fourth class, that's right?
Yes.
Okay, so that's the one I
correct.
just talked about too.
Yes.
So I'll probably use her to go back to one of the second. A nice group of cattle for a bred and owned division, and as we get them back out here, obviously some of the class winners that I aforementioned and discussed are in the lineup. Young lady here in the purple shirt was one of those, and I talked about how this is a nice quality female. I think a female that like in regard to her balance, a lot of really neat things about her. Young lady, you're going to be our bred and owned champion. Congratulations. For reserve, there's another one that I think offers a great deal of quality, might just get a little off at her top. Young lady here at the end in the blue shirt, she's going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Your Angus bred and owned champion is Sarah Beth Faust, is exhibited by Sarah Beth Faust, Blount County, and your reserve Angus bred and owned champion is exhibited by Skyland Dyson, Jefferson County.
That is correct. Now we do this. Let me do that.
There comes, Dan's gonna talk.
We're going to take a few minutes here and make a presentation of some scholarship winners. I have asked Diane Smith, representative from here, to share a few words of the value of this program and the impact it can have on young families. Diane?
Thank you, Mr. Cardell. Here in Alabama, we're very fortunate to have individuals that work with their young people, whether they be 4-H or FFA, junior cattlemen, and that takes a tremendous effort. But the young people that come from that program, we're developing some extremely qualified leaders for our future. It's also great when we have individuals that have been blessed who will give back to these young people. So with that, I really appreciate Randy and his family for providing these scholarships, and it goes a long way for your young people and the future of Alabama. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you for your support of the program and of the young people as well. Jeff, I'm going to let you call the young people out at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Parnell. Our recipients of the 2024 Radio and Exhibitor Scholarship are from Lowndes County, Gus Ashley. From Keina County, Colton Paget. From Washington County, Connor Wright. From Limestone County, Avery Root. From Coleman County, Rex Harrison. From Blunt County, Riley Mears. Also from Blunt County, Kurt Williams. From Randolph County, Avery Milstead. And from Lauderdale County, Inslee Lovelace. Let's give all of these young people a round of applause.
granted me an opportunity to say something. He and Kelly have been supportive of this program for as far back as I can remember. It is so important to have individuals like them that will help these young people, and we're just really proud of you, and thank you for what you do for Alabama and these young folks.
Thanks, sir. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be here today. It's such an honor to see these incredible young people showing livestock. It's incredible, isn't it? They did an incredible job. I've been shaking hands with these young kids. They got calluses on their hands. That's from work. That work will take you a long way in this world. So that's why that I went to the legislature a few years ago and got on my knees and begged for a scholarship for the kids. One thing I want to remind everybody, tell your local representative and your local senator that you like the scholarships and you want to see this continue. So, how many people would like to see it continue? Well, I saw one legislator over there, so y'all can get him before he gets out of here. Anyway, thank y'all. God bless y'all. God bless the state of Alabama, and God bless these wonderful children. Thank y'all very much.
All right, time to show some Herefords now. That just kind of fits me in the old. Let's hear another round of applause for Rainey and Kelly as well. As a reminder, we'll have the champion in reserve. Credit all to him for the division photos immediately in the photo area in the nose bar. Your first entry is 217 Claire Smith of Chilton County, followed by 371 Brooklyn Price of Lee County. Entry 254 Laura Landers Franklin of Blount County, and entry 363 Carly Allison, Blount County.
mixture of females as we get started here in our Hereford show, and for me, the combination of just rib, body, soundness is the heifer that we land on that leads off. I think she's really long-sided female. She's got a good look up front. Really like her hip and her hind legs set. I think in comparison to the one right in behind her, when pulled to lead, she gets out with more flex to her hip and her hock, and I like her structural build, especially over the other bolder heifer like her. For those reasons, it just makes an easy class winner. Heifer that comes in second, this one's got a huge top and really stout, powerful hip. I think a female that's ultra bold in her shape. Gets a little rounder than I prefer in her shoulder, and as she gets out on the go, just gets a little tighter in her hip and her hock. It's because of her rib and her body. I think that heifer needs to go ahead and stay there in that 2-hole. I call it close because the heifer here in third probably has some balance parts that I like, maybe even a little more than the heifer that we just talked about. From the side, it's her greatest attribute. She's up-headed. She's a good-looking female. She balances up really nicely, and she's really sound. She's a little parillar in her bone work. She's a little closed up underneath, and if we had just a touch more just depth to her rib and her body, might go ahead and switch that pair, but she just looks a little tighter, touch narrower for me, and so I went ahead and kept her third. Heifer that we close with, a moderate female, one that has some boldness to her center as well. Just one just gets a touch off in her top, like to just lay her in smoother in her shoulder, balance her up better from the side. A good class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. Your Class 24 Hereford winner is entry number 363, Carly Allison, Blount County. Placing second, entry 217, Claire Smith, Chilton County. Third, entry 371, Brooklyn Price, Lee County. And rounding out the class, entry 254, Laura Landers Franklin, Blount County. Entering your ring now, Class 25 of Herefords. Entry number 118, Aubrey Hembry of Coleman County. And entry 77, Mary Elliott Martin, Lee County.
You would announce that we're not.
We will not be taking a formal break for lunch. We may take a 5-minute break before the end of the show today, but just know that we are not going to take a formal lunch break.
quick audible, maybe not make another circle, and ask that young lady's heifer on the other side to make a circle and a loop there. But a pair of nice cattle. It's unfortunate that the young lady on the far end is struggling maybe a little bit more, but a nice pair nonetheless. For me, I like the added quality in the young lady's light red heifer that we start with. Really up-headed. She's got a good look up front. I think it's her look of balance and eye feel from the side that sorts the pair for me. Really nice female there that we lead off. Young lady that is going to come in second. Again, young lady, you're doing a good job. It's unfortunate that she's getting loose for you today and not wanting to cooperate, but you've got a really thick-bodied female, and I like the rib and the production values that she offers. Maybe gets a touch plater up front, gets a nickel streeter up through her shoulder, but I think that female is really bold. She's really practical. You've done a good job with her. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. Your first place in Class 25 Herefords comes from Lee County, entry 77, Mary Elliott Martin. Second place, Aubrey Hembry's 118 heifer, Coleman County.
I'm doing good. You guys?
Fellow knows nothing about a camera.
Yeah.
Class 26 entering the ring now. Entry 332, Cole Smith, St. Clair County. Entry 114, Allie Hembry, Coleman County. Entry 10, Kylie Lance, Coleman County. And entry 185, Lillian Smith, Chilton County.
Walk in front of you. of this class, and both a little bit different. The one that ultimately reads maybe a little bit smoother for me, sorts up. Really like her front end quality. I think a female that reads extremely feminine up front. She paints us a really fresh and impressive picture from the side. I'd like to stouten her up in comparison to the heifer that comes in second. She gets a touch plainer through her hip and quarter. Maybe like to see her just a touch more dimensional, but a nice female there to lead off. Heifer that comes in second, the young man does a nice job with this one. She's stouter, she's bolder in her kind. I think a heifer that reads more powerful as you get right in behind the cattle. For me, she kind of gets a touch weaker right in behind her shoulder. Don't know that she has the same quality in the top side of her hip and her rear leg that we see in that lead-off female, but a nice female, makes a really nice pair that you can go back and forth on. Young lady's heifer coming in next. They're on the standstill. This one can give you a really good look, and the young lady pieces this one together really nicely. As we pull her to lead, though, this heifer just needs to be sounder the way she utilizes her hip and her hind leg. Don't know that she's quite comfortable to work her way up any higher in this class. Young lady that we close with, a moderate female, one that probably gets out with a nickel more reach to her hog. I don't know that she's a good enough or big enough upgrade in regards to quality. Gets a touch straighter in her shoulder, a touch further out there in her chest. Moderate, big-bodied heifer, though, that we close with. Good class again. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Thank you, Judge. Your Class 26 Hereford winner is entry number 10, Kylie Lance from Coleman County. Second place, entry 332, Cole Smith, St. Clair County. Third place, entry 185, Lillian Smith, Chilton County. And finishing out the class, entry 114, Allie Hembry, Coleman County. Your entries for Class 27 of the Hereford Division are going to be 294, Harper Starnes, 370, Brooklyn Price, Lee County, 330, Cole Smith, St. Clair County, and 333, Hunter Smith, St. Clair County.
think a tougher class to sort through, and ultimately I don't know that there's a perfect one in here. The one that hits me the hardest when they first walked in is the young ladies. The longer I get looking at her, I don't know that she's the boldest, and I don't know that she has any EST other than the fact that she's the soundest and she's the most eye-appealing. I think a really nicely presented female. She balances up incredibly well. Like I said, maybe like the heifers in 2 and 3, just a nickel boulder in her forehead, but I think look past that. That's the quality female of the group that it's pretty easily defined in that regard. 2 and 3 are a little bit similar in their regards to, they probably have just a touch more boldness to them. The female that comes in 2 reads a little bit cleaner in her chest. I really like that about her. Heifer that is ultra-dimensional as you get in behind her. In comparison to that lead-off heifer, don't know that she sets her rear leg down maybe quite as comfortable. Don't know that she's quite as correct in her loin hook up. Nice female that comes in 3rd, similar conversation with heifer that we just talked about. Really like the red body and practicality in her. Opens up a little bit more in her shoulder and her chest. Like to lay her in just a nickel smoother there, but from there back, really like the attractiveness to her hip and hind leg. That's a female that still offers a great deal of quality. We close with a heifer that I think from the profile still reads really, really intriguing. She's really up-headed. She's got a long, level spine. Hard to find a female to close a class like this. Probably one of the deeper classes that we've seen because I think she's sound. She balances up incredibly well. I don't know that she's quite as good in her forehead hookup. I don't know that she's quite as bold in her body. A nice competitive class, top to bottom, though. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. Your first place heifer in Class 27, Herefords, entry 294, Harper Starnes, DeKalb County. Placing second, entry 333, Hunter Smith, St. Clair County. Third place, 330, Cole Smith, St. Clair County. And rounding out the class, entry 370, Brooklyn Price, Lee County. Class 28 entering the ring now, entry 370 True by Brooklyn Price of Lee County. Entry 292 Harper Starnes, DeKalb County. Entry 274 Olivia Maddox, DeKalb County. And entry 401 Michael Mesrano, Shelby County.
nice pair of females that circle around here in 1 and 2, and I think both these females are pretty similar in the way that they're built. The one that hit me a little harder initially is the young ladies that we lead off with. Really fresh in her condition. Really like her rib and her body. I think she's a nickel bolder than the female right in behind her, but stop her and plan her. I think that's a female that gives you a great look from the profile. Nice female there to lead off. Other female that is relatively loose in her skeleton. I think that's her big advantage as we discuss her. I like her structure at the ground when pulled to lead. Young lady, that's a really sound and functional type of female. She's got a great look about her head and her neck. I'd like to just bolden her up right in her heart and make her just a nickel stouter to get around that other heifer ahead of you. But a lot of fundamentally correct things about that female. You've got a nice one there that sits in second. A young lady that's going to come in third today, female that is maybe just a nickel stouter as you get right in behind the cattle. I think a bold-ribbed heifer gets a touch plainer about her neck and her chest in comparison. I think a female that just needs to be a touch looser in her structural build. Female that we close with, really long in terms of her spine. She's really loose, really stout for structural build as well. I think a female that opens up a little bit too much right up behind her shoulder. I'd like to see her just a touch more body, but good competitive class again from top to bottom. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Mark. Your Class 28 Hereford winner is entry number 292, Harper Starnes, DeKalb County, followed by entry 372, Brooklyn Price, Lee County, entry 274, Olivia Maddox, and finishing out that class was entry 401, Michael Masrano, Shelby County. Entering the ring now, Class 29, Hereford Heifers, entry 88, John Mark Chalison from Pike County, entry 69, Parker Landon, Muscambia County, and Parker has 2 other entries in the class as well, entry number 70 and 71.
Young man brings us a nice heifer that wins this class pretty easily, I think. Really kind of big body. She's practical. She's sound. Maybe not the best just in terms of her neck. Maybe like this here, just a touch better and just a nickel leader in that regard. But from there back, she's so cowy. She's so big body. Really nice type of female there that leads off. Young man's heifer that comes in second might be a touch cleaner to the base of her neck. I appreciate those things about her, but from there back, she just gets outpowered. Maybe like to see her stouter in her body and just more correct there in her top line, but a nice moderate female with some depth of rib and some practicality. Young lady's heifer that comes in next, I think of the pair here that we close with, this one's longer in her spine. I think a female that reads with some extension. Female gets just a touch plainer as we study her from the side. But she has more body than the heifer that we close with. Young man's heifer that we close with is a moderate female that has some dimension to her. Just needs some more depth of rib and just a shot more quality as we step off the side of them. Nice heifer there that leads off. Good class. Congratulations to all four of those exhibitors.
First place in Class 29 Hereford heifers is entry 88 by John Mark Challenson from Pike County. Second place, entry 69, Parker Landon, Escambia County. And Parker's number 71 and 70 heifers rounded out the class. Entering the ring now, Class 30, entry 186 from Chilton County, Lillian Smith. Entry 11, Riley Lance, Coleman County. Entry 32, Cabry Kellenbrink, Blount County, and entry 486, Tyler Cleveland, Blount County.
nice pair of females, and the one that wins the class, she's just a tank in the way that she's built and made, so big in terms of her rib and her body. You park her here on the profile, she's so good in terms of her balance and her look. A little soft in terms of her foot, maybe just a nickel gathered there in her teeth, but I think a female that exhibits a great deal of quality, and she's so big in her center. I think one that makes a tremendous cow. Heifer that's going to be in second, maybe read her just to be a little bit fresher in terms of her condition, and I appreciate that about her, because I think the heifer that we start with might be a little heavier than probably ideal, but really appreciate about this one. Very correct in terms of her teeth structure. She's genuine in her condition. She's long in terms of her stride. She's got a good look from the profile. In comparison, I read her to be a touch flatter through her forehead and her body. Just gives up some mass to that heifer that we lead with. Heifer that ends up in third, I think a female that reads a touch bolder in terms of her forehead. I think a female that has some stoutness as you get in behind her. Up front, maybe just like to change the structural build in her, and then as she gets out on the go, maybe like to loosen her up just a nickel, but love the rib and body in her. Young lady does a nice job. Young lady that we closed the class with, a long spine female, she gets out with some length to her stride. I'd like to give her just a nickel more flex to her rear leg, give her a touch more body to get more competitive in this class. Really good class, especially the one up top. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 30 of Hereford Heifers, entry 186, Lillian Smith, Chilton County. Placing second, entry 11, Riley Lance, Coleman County, followed by entry 32, Cabry Kellenbrink, Blount County, and 486, Tyler Cleveland, Blount County. Entering the ring now is a single entry, Class 31, entry 42, Silas Galat, Lee County. Single entry, yep.
I never go.
A nice single entry march effort. Not one to maybe cooperate quite as well for the young man, but I think this is a really nice one. She's really fresh. She's really nicely presented. Heifer that offers a great deal of balance as we get off the side of them. Really like her hip and hind leg set. As an individual, I'm really excited to see what she'll look like in the lineup. But nice single entry. We'll let her go back and reset, come back with a better attitude. But really nice single entry. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Silas Galat, Lee County, entry 42. Entering the ring now, your final class of Hereford Heifers. Entry 256, Laura Landers Franklin, Blount County. Entry 112, Allie Hembry of Coleman County. And entry 119, Aubrey Hembry of Coleman County.
nice heifer that we lead off with, really bold in her center, really practical made female that has a tremendous deal of just power and broodiness. I love those about her feature. I think a female that, in a perfect world, maybe layer in just a nickel smoother in her shoulder, but it kind of goes along with her body and her power. I love that about her. I think a heifer that still balances up really well from the side. A nice female there to lead off. Like I said, I like the female here in second, and I think she is laid in neater in her shoulder in comparison to that lead-off heifer. I think she's cleaner about her chest. She's got a great look up front. It's from there back where she maybe just gets a little outpowered in comparison to that big body heifer that we lead off with. Nice sound, fundamentally correct type of female, maybe one just gets outpowered in the lineup. Heifer that comes in third, similar conversation, really moderate, really stout, dimensional female from behind. Maybe just like to see her with a nickel more performance and body to get around those two other cattle. Nice heifer though nonetheless. Really like those two up top. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Congratulations, contestants. First place in Class 32 of Hereford heifers, Allie Hembry, Coleman County. Second place, Laura Landers Franklin, Coleman County. And third place, Aubrey Hembry, Coleman County. We'll now have our championship drive for Hereford heifers. From Class 1, entry 363, Carly Allison. From the second class, entry 77, Mary Elliott Martin, followed by the third class of Hereford heifers, entry 10, Kylie Lance, Coleman County. Fourth class of Hereford heifers, we have Harper Starnes of DeKalb County. The fifth class, we have entry 292, Harper Starnes, DeKalb County, followed by entry 88, John Mark Challenson, Pike County. Entry 186, Lillian Smith, Chilton County. Entry 42, Silas Galad of Lee County. And entry 112, Allie Hembry, Coleman County. Got calling the wrong class numbers and we couldn't stop. One, two, three, four, five, six. championship drive for Herefords. And remember that you can tell folks back home that they can watch the live stream at jrlivestockexpo.com.
As we finish up here, again, a really tough and competitive lineup of Hereford cattle, and I commend each of these exhibitors for bringing a nice quality lineup here to the show. Those of you folks ringside, help me congratulating all these exhibitors out here. There's a lot of nice ones in the lineup, and it's similar, to what I did maybe in the Angus drive. We'll kind of run through and highlight some of those that really stand out. The heifer that comes out of that second class, I really like her look of balance and quality. I think she's really green yet in condition, but that's a really nice female. That one's got a bright future ahead of her. The young lady does a really nice job showing and presenting her. Heifer right up behind her, I think, is just a really good balance type female. I'd like to stouten her up, but when we get her on the go, she might be as structurally as correct as any that we have in the lineup, like a lot of things about her. Heifer behind her, I think when parked, she gives you about as good of a look as anything. Love her just front end quality, love her top line, her hip and hind leg set is really attractive. Kind of question maybe her forerib and her body if she's got enough in that regard, but a nice female there nonetheless. Heifer here in front of me, right in behind the one I just discussed, a really moderate female, and she's different than any of the others that we've talked about. She's a touch pointer to the bottom of her neck, but her body shape reads so good, her dimension reads so good. I think a female that's extremely practical and extremely functional. May not be the one that you navigate to just immediately, but I think one that reads really hard to fault. I really like the practicality in her. Young man that kind of gets stuck in a corner, and I think this one's one of the more challenging ones to read, and I hate it for him position-wise, and that's why I wanted to circle him back around, because from the side, this might be the freshest heifer in the lineup. She's got a good front end. She balances up incredibly well. I really like the presentation, the hip and hind leg set. When she's parked, that heifer gives you a tremendous look. Similar conversation to maybe one earlier in the lineup. Right in her forerib, is she as bold maybe as some others? Maybe not. Front view of her might narrow up just a nickel, but I really like the view of this heifer quite a bit. We run into a group of reds behind them. Heifer there, right in behind her, really cowy in her look. Might just get a little staler and maybe a touch on the heavier condition side for me. I'd probably like to just dial her back ever so slightly. We close with just a really good bred that is really cowy in her look. Again, like a lot of things about her as an individual. May not be the freshest today, but fundamentally just really, really correct. I like the way she looks here in production. That's kind of what I see here in the lineup. I'm going to go out and take one last look amongst the group and show you the ones that I like. Those of you ringside, help me congratulating all these exhibitors one more time.
Your champion in the Hereford heifer is Silas Galat's entry from Lee County. Your reserve champion for the Hereford Heifers is Harper Starnes, 292 entry from DeKalb County. We're going to keep Carly Allison's bred and owned from Class 24 in the ring, and we need Claire Smith's bred and owned second place from Class 24, entry 217, as well as Brooklyn Price's second place entry from Class 28, entry 372.
I'd just like to point out that I picked those cows to win in order. So this is just bred now.
So if I pick one, then another second. A nice lineup in our bred and owned show, and I think all three of these females are nice cattle. I think there's one that stands out for me. She's right here in the middle. Love her look at balance and quality. She's going to be your champion. For reserve, it gets a little bit closer for me. I think the one that still has maybe a little bit more look and eye feel to her, especially as we stop and get her planted. Young lady up front, she's going to be reserve. Congratulations.
Class 33 Red Angus entering the ring now. Entry number 466, Adeline Knight, Chilton County. And entry 248, Ashby Norman, Montgomery County.
Yeah, it's in there. I haven't gone to get any. It's barbecue, it looks like.
nice female that leads this class off with here in our Red Angus show. From the profile, that's where she really excels. In comparison to the heifer that comes right in behind her, she's better about her front end. I think a female that balances up, more in particular with a longer and more nearly level hip. I really like her depth of the body. I think just eye appeal, just navigate to this one maybe a little quicker. Not to take anything away from the young lady's heifer that's coming in too, and the young lady's doing a nice job with her. She's really moderate in her kind. She's bold in her body, and she's got some stoutness. She gets a touch plainer up front and a touch plainer out of her hip in comparison to that heifer up front. But really like the body shape and the power in her. Nice pair of females. Congratulations to both those young ladies.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 33 Red Angus heifers, entry 248, Ashby Norman, Montgomery County. In placing second, entry 466, Adeline Knight, Chilton County. A single entry in Class 34, entry 464, Lydia Grace Brown, Montgomery County.
We get into the second class of Red Angus heifers, a nice single entry, long spine female, female that offers some quality from the side. She's got some depth to her rib. They'd like to see her just a nickel more dimensional from behind, but a nice female nonetheless. We'll see her back in a little bit. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Lydia Grace. Class 35 will be our last class of Red Angus heifers today. Entering the ring, you have entry 247, Ashby Norman, Montgomery County. And entry number 191, Marshall Amos, Marshall County. I do sometimes check out the obits back home.
I just get that notifications. I did know. His wife went to high school at my high school.
Okay.
I worked with her in Spain. She's been in the hospital. They've been running tests. She's got sick or had a heart attack. Maybe 64.
Speaking of your hometown folks, I think we finally maybe have our personnel in such a fashion that your buddy Tim Hodge can actually lead a little bit better now. We had to do some cutbacks because of budget, and that ended up with one person leaving that I think was wanting to be in charge all the time and getting in Tim's way a little bit and causing problems with some families and stuff. So I
A nice pair in this last class of our red show. Young ladies, female that we start. Just love the look of balance and quality of this one from the side. Female that really attractive up front. She's really attractive in her hip and her hind leg set. I'd maybe like just to see her nickel smoother right in her forerib and hook her up just a touch better right in behind her shoulder. But outside of that, really like the eye appeal and the quality in her. As we may be discussing flaws in her, that's where maybe the young man's compliments her in a lot of ways. I think she's a nickel smoother right in behind her shoulder and her top. I think a female that's really correct in her top line. I like those things about her. I think a female just a touch out there in her chest, maybe one that just doesn't hold herself together as quite as well as that lead-off effort, but still a very fundamentally correct, a nice female that's still a second. It's a good pair in 1 and 2. Congratulations to both of them.
Winning class 35 of red Angus heifers, entry 247, Ashby Norman, Montgomery County.
And placing second, entry 191, Marshall Amos, Marshall County. We'll now have our championship drive for red Angus. Entering the ring, we have Ashby Norman's 248 heifer from Montgomery County, and Lydia Grace Brown's 464 heifer from Montgomery County, and finally Ashby Norman's 247 entry from Montgomery County. That's not the order they walked in. But no, that's Lydia. Isn't that Lydia?
No, that's Ainsley and then Lydia.
Okay.
And I think there's some trade-offs between a pair of females. Female up front, we're going to line up and talk each of them real quick. I think it is really intriguing from a balance standpoint. I love her up front. I love her hip and hind leg. Right up behind her shoulder, I change her just ever so slightly, but a female that's bold, she's attractive, a nice female out of that first class. Single entry that comes out of class 2, a female that has a lot of boldness to her body and some dimension as you get in behind her. Maybe gives up some quality to her look to either of the cattle on both sides of her, but a nice female that is moderate and bold. A female that comes out of that last class, really attractive in terms of her look and her lines. I like her hip and her hind leg extremely well. I like her up front. Similar conversation to the heifer calf up in the first class. I like to fix her right in behind her shoulder, just see her a nickel boulder there, but that's the one that I'm drawn to the most today. The young lady out of her third class will be our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ashby Norman.
Montgomery County with your 247 champion red Angus. Coming into the ring will be our second place winner in that class 35, Marshall Amos, Marshall County. Judge, these two right here are your bred and owns.
Okay.
If you want to pick between those two.
That's a nice female that was second in that class, and again, pretty complete in terms of her look. Maybe just some small areas where I'd like to change her on an individual basis. Some really intriguing things in her. My second favorite in lineup is the heifer that comes out of that first class. That young lady up front is going to be our reserve champion. Congratulations to her.
Congratulations, Ashby Norman. Your 248 red Angus heifer is your reserve breed champion and also our bred and owned champion. The reserve bred and owned champion will be Lydia Grace Brown's entry 464, Montgomery County. First class of Shorthorn is going to be a single entry.
All the Shorthorn classes that way?
Second class is 3 in the second.
Class 36 Shorthorn heifers.
It's a single entry. Entry 475, Kate Wiggins, Mobile County.
Tell me I had India them in, all that stuff done.
I should have that done too. Have you done?
Nice single entry to kick off our Shorthorn show, and a really nice single entry female that is really fresh. I think a female that's really long in her spine. She opens up maybe a little on her shoulder, but really long spine, really high quality, nicely presented type of female. We'll see her back here in a minute. Congratulations to that young lady in her single entry.
Congratulations, Kate Wiggins from Mobile County. Class 37, Shorthorn heifers. Entry 322, Ty Harrison, Coleman County.
There's 4, and there's 4 in this group.
I got it. Entry 38, Clay Lynn, Marshall County. Entry 218, Claire Smith, Chilton County. And the 4th entry, 325, Rex Harrison, Coleman County.
It was just there.
All Montgomery County.
Yep.
Okay, that's all I need to know.
this class off with, and I think so pretty comfortably because I think there's some challenge after this. For me though, it's her rib, it's her body, it's her functionality that bring her to the top. Female that's really cowy in her look, she's so deep in her body. Maybe like just to pick her up in her pin set just ever so slightly and make her just a nickel pressure, but that's a nice female with a ton of quality and a ton of body. Female that comes in next, like I said, I think it's close between 2, 3, and 4. For me, the heifer in second, probably the second soundest female. She gives up some ribs, some body, and maybe some quality, but I like her when she's pulled the lead. She maintains herself really nicely. Heifer that comes in next on the standstill, debated switching the pair between 2 and 3 because I prefer her look from the side. I think a female that's really attractive up front. She sits with a good set to her hind leg. When pulled the lead, I don't know that she gets out maybe quite as comfortable as those two directly in front of her. She's still an upgrade in her structural build than the heifer though that comes in 4. Heifer in 4 is really moderate in her kind. She's really stout and dimensional. Just need to see her with more of a female look up front. Female that needs to be loosened up structurally. Another good class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Congratulations, exhibitors. Your winner for Class 37 Shorthorn Heifers. Entry 325, Rex Harrison, Coleman County. Placing second, entry 322, Ty Harrison, Coleman County. Followed by entry 218, Claire Smith, Chilton County, and entry 38, Clay Lynn, Marshall County. Entering the ring now, Class 38, a single entry class. Entry 480, Savannah Richards, Randolph County.
Another nice single entry, and the young lady here in the middle is doing a really nice job with a really moderate type of female. Female I'd like to see maybe with a touch more depth to her rib and her body, but she balances up incredibly well from the side. She's loose in her structural build. I like those things about her. Congratulations to this young lady on her single entry.
Congratulations, Savannah Richards from Randolph County, entry 480. We have another single entry class, 39. Entry 311, Ethan Tapscott from Coleman County. Is that right? I forgot all about her.
Say that, maybe.
That's
Crabtree. It's Crabtree.
Oh, is it Crabtree on the Little Rascal? That's been a while.
Darla was so cute. And Alfalfa.
You know, Alfalfa is in It's a Wonderful.
When was she born?
Another really nice single entry April heifer that the young man brings us. She comes in the ring. She's one that naturally just want to navigate to. She's got a lot of presence and eye appeal. Female with a lot of freshness, and I like those things about her feature. I think a female that's sound in her structural build and correct from a balance standpoint. A nice single entry. We'll see her back here in a second. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ethan. We'll now have our championship drive for Shorthorn heifers. Entry 475, Kate Wiggins from Mobile County, followed by entry 325 out of Class 37, Rex Harris in Coleman County. Out of Class 38, entry 480, Savannah Richards, Randolph County. And rounding out our drive, entry 311, Ethan Tapscott, Coleman County.
Drop that highlighter again.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cassidy Catrett, and I serve as one of the advisors for the Alabama Junior Shorthorn Association, and was also a founding member back when we formed back in 2013. One of our initial goals when we formed the association was to award scholarships to our deserving seniors each year. And these scholarships are funded by Alabama Shorthorn families as well as outside supporters. This year we're going to be giving out our 18th and 19th scholarships to two extremely deserving young men since we began giving these out in 2014. The first scholarship we're presenting is the association scholarship, and this goes to one of our founding members who was kind of in that original group of people, and is Mr. Kurt Williams from Marshall County. After State Show in 2014, we lost a longtime supporter of not only the Shorthorn breed, but of just youth livestock programs in general, Mr. B.J. Rice. And he's certainly someone who was gone too soon, and I certainly credit a lot of about who I am today, and also a lot of youngsters out here can go back to see, kind of go back to him and how great of a man he was. And this year's recipient reminds us a lot of Mr. B.J. in terms of just having such a giving spirit. He's always willing to lend a hand when needed. He will always, put in the effort when he needs to. He's been really important in terms of our philanthropy events. We participate in an association with the National Junior Shorthorn Show each summer, and it's a pleasure to present this scholarship to Mr. London Steele from Baldwin County.
As we finish up here with our Shorthorn drive, a nice lineup of cattle. There's two that stand out within this respective lineup. Young man out of Class 2. Really like the balance pieces in this female, like her rib and her body. Like we talked about in that respective class, might like to see her just a nickel pressure. Like to change her to the top side of her hip, the way her tail head's laid in. Outside of those things, really nice, deep, practical type of female. Heifer that was an individual entry out of our last class. Really like just the balance parts in her. Hip and hind leg set, really, really attractive. She's ultra moderate, and that's fine for me. I don't mind moderate cattle. I think she's one just a hip and hind leg set, really, really like. She's got a bunch of cowiness to her. She's the one that I like the most in the lineup. Congratulations to that young man. Young man out of Class 2 is going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Shorthorn breed champion, Ethan Tapscott, Coleman County, and your reserve champion, Rex Harris in Coleman County. We'll get started with our Shorthorn Plus show with Class 40. Entering the ring, entry 121, John Matthew Carnley from Coffee County, followed by entry 39, Clay Lynn, Marshall County.
Bothering you that I'm eating this right here? No. Okay. Well, it's I put a good bit of that white sauce on it. Some people don't like the smell of vinegar, so that's why I asked.
No, I'm good.
Interesting pair as we get started in our plus show. Young man that we lead off with, just a more moderate female that's bolder in her rib and her body. I like the practicality that she offers, and that was the first thing that hit me of that respective pair. She is a little bit frailer in her bone work, a little bit wider up front. Female at times gets a little more general in her rear leg, but I like her added rib and body in comparison to the heifer that comes right in behind her in second. I kind of like the front end quality of the heifer that comes in too, and when we stop and get them planted, I think she's the more attractive option of the pair. I wish she had maybe just a touch more depth to her rib and her body. She's a touch forward in her knee, and I'd like to just set her down with a more comfortable rear leg, but a nice female in terms of presentation and look up front. A competitive pair. Congratulations to both.
Congratulations to your Class 40 winner, entry number 39, Clay Lynn of Marshall County. Placing second in the class, entry 121, John Matthew Carnley, Coffee County.
Did we have a scratch in this class? Do we have a scratch in this class?
Single entry March heifer, really attractive in terms of her presentation, really bold in her body. I think a female that when stopped and planted, young man get her set up, she'd give you a really nice look. A little bit frailer in her bone work, and when pulled to lead, I'd loosen her up just ever so slightly, but I like the presentation. Young man has done a nice job with this one. Congratulations.
Congratulations, your Class 41 winner, entry 442, Bryce Guy, Elmore County.
I wonder if he's related to Steve.
Yeah.
Could be.
I mean, Elmore County.
Anything.
Class 42 entering the ring now, entry 309, Lulu Thompson, Pike County. And entry 415, C.J. Lovelace, Lauderdale County.
Did you say Lulu
That's what I said.
Nice heifer that comes to the front of this class, and honestly, when the cattle are pulled to lead, that's where the pair sorted for me. More functional female that we start with. She's got a lot of look and she's got a lot of profile. I think a female that is just a lot sounder out of her hip and her hock when she gets out on the go, and because of that, I think she's just more functional to complement her added look from the side. Not to take anything away from the nicely presented white heifer. Young lady's doing a nice job with her. She's ultra stout. She's got a lot of bone. I think a female that is really nicely presented. I don't know that she has the same rib and body that we see in our class winner. And then as we pull her to lead, I'd like to loosen her up out of her hip and hock just to see her just a touch more comfortable on the go. But a nicely presented heifer nonetheless. Good pair of cattle. Congratulations to both.
Thank you, Judge. Winning Class 42 Shorthorn Plus heifers. Lulu Thompson, Pike County. And second place in the class, entry 415, C.J. Lovelace, Lauderdale County.
You got me going. I almost said Vivian. That's Jesse Maples. Must have had a scratch in this one. That's Jesse.
Your entries for Class 43 Shorthorn Plus, entry 483 Avery Milstead, Randolph County, and entry 241 Jesse Maples, Lee County.
They're both bred and owned.
this class off, and it's her added rib, her body, and her functionality. Really nicely presented female. She reads really correct in her hip and her hind legs set. I think a female that profiles really, really attractive. I think she's a really functional type that leads off pretty easily. Heifer that comes in second, I think one that's really long in terms of her spine. She gives up maybe some quality and some body to that heifer directly in front of her, but a long spine female, one that offers some dimension as well as we get in behind her. A nice pair. Congratulations again to both those exhibitors.
Your Class 43 winner, entry number 241, Jesse Maples, Lee County. Placing second, entry 483, Avery Milstead, Randolph County. We'll be preparing for our championship drive for Shorthorn Plus. Joining Jesse Maples' heifer in the ring is entry 39, Clay Lynn, Marshall County, out of Class 40. Out of Class 41, entry 442, Bryce Guy, Elmore County. And out of Class 42, entry 309, Lulu Thompson, Pike County. All right, so Jesse's got a bred known.
Yes. Avery.
And then Clay's is bred known. We have two first place bred known in the ring right now, but we also had
nice division here in our Shorthorn Plus show. I think we get into a lineup with a couple that really stand out. We'll start with the young lady's blue roan one here in front of me. Really imp-headed female. I like the look of balance in this one as much as anything in the lineup. I think she's very attractive in her hip and her hind leg set, and a consequence of that, she's really sound and functional when she's pulled the lead. Females that you know, in comparison to the one right in behind her, may not be maybe just as bold and burly, but it's okay to where she's at in the stage of production. Heifer that's right in behind her, heavier bred, one that is really cowy in her look. She's moderate in her size. Again, really nice, attractive presentation of that female. Don't know that she's maybe just quite as attractive as the heifer right in front of her, just in terms of her neck set and the way she ties it into her shoulder, but I think that's an intriguing pair. I like them both. One that suits me the best today is going to be the young lady's blue roan. That will be our champion. The young lady out of our fourth class will be our reserve. Congratulations.
your champion Shorthorn Plus heifer was exhibited by Lulu Thompson in Pike County. Your reserve, a Jesse Maples, Lee County. Lulu's heifer is also your champion bred known, and Lulu's is your, Jesse's is your reserve champion bred known. Next show is the AOB Continental show. She's always going by Lulu.
Is that what we put her down as in our cut one?
Should be. I mean, Vivian, I don't know anybody calls her Vivian Lou. She's always been Lulu.
Was it on that page? Did I have that written down? Okay.
Breed champion was Lulu Thompson.
I got that. I had it.
Yeah.
I had it.
Lulu Jesse, Lulu Jesse. Entering the ring now, Class 45, AOB Continental. Entry number 345, Tyson Burton, St. Clair County. And entry 367, Blake Mitchell, Elmore County. I know a Blake Mitchell. That ain't he.
Nice wide heifer here that kicks us off into another division. One that is really bold in her body, really likes the practicality in this female in comparison to the one that we have in second. I think she offers maybe a touch more performance and length of body. She's definitely longer in her stride, and I like those things about her. Not to discredit the one that comes into, I think a female that is dimensional as you get in behind her. Really moderate female in regards to her size. She's going to be a low input kind for the young man. Just in terms of performance though and body, maybe just gives up some to that heifer in front of her. A nice pair. Congratulations to both.
Congratulations, young men. Your class winner is entry 367, Blake Mitchell, Elmore County. Second place in the class is 345, Tyson Burton, St. Clair County. Class 46 entering the ring now. Entry number 59, Christopher Salmon, Geneva County. Entry 236, Callie Ray Childers, Morgan County. And entry 273, Olivia Maddox, DeKalb County.
pair of black heifers that sort of the front of this class, and the one that leads off. For me, she's just the sounder option of the two. I really appreciate just the strength that she has to her top line, the correctness that she offers to her hip and her hind leg. I think a female, when pulled the lead, just really excels in those areas, and because of that, just sets up with a really quality look as we get off the side of them. Heifer that comes in next, she's really long and extended up front. I think a female that's really bold and deep in her body, and that's what keeps her over the orange heifer that comes in third. What gets her beat today on the go, she just a little disorganized in her top line. I'd like to loosen her up out of her hock on an individual basis. Young man's heifer coming in next, one that's moderate in the spring. I think a female that is level in her top. She's stout in her bone work, maybe even touch more bone than heifer we just talked about. Unfortunately, this one just gives up too much red and body and quality to those two other cattle directly in front of her, but that's a nice pair up front and a good trio. Congratulations.
Your class winner is entry 236, Callie Ray Childers, Morgan County. Second place, 273, Olivia Maddox, DeKalb County. And rounding out the class, entry 59, Christopher Salmon, Geneva County. Entering the ring now, a single entry class 47, entry number 19, Kurt Williams, Marshall County.
Real nice single entry limb flex heifer that the young man brings us. Really fresh, really big body, ultra high quality. It's fun to look at her, and she's a really nice female for what she is. Excited to see her back in a little bit as we get us a champion in this division, but a nice single entry. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Kurt Williams, Marshall County. Class 48 will be another single entry class. Entry number 405, Ainsley Brown from Montgomery County.
So, Mr. Parnell, I know
Another single entry that comes to us, a high key that is really moderate in her size. She's long spine. I think a female that is really attractive up front. From there back, I'd like to maybe just give her a shot more depth to her body and her flank, but a nice female is very correct in her lines. We'll see her back in a minute. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Ainsley. Joining Ainsley in the championship drive for AOB Continental will be out of Class 45, Blake Mitchell. Class 46, entry 236, Callie Ray Childers of Morgan County. Out of Class 47, entry 19, Kurt Williams, Marshall County.
he's going to want this one back.
white heifer up front. Really good build, really good looking. I think she's got an attractive look to her front end. She's really fresh in her body and her condition. Female that's really sound in her structural build. I think maybe there's some aesthetic components that get her probably beat in comparison to some other cattle, but a really nice, fundamentally correct female. Heifer that comes out of class 2, I really like the attractiveness in her. She's really long in terms of her spine. I think because of that, it looks a touch deceiving because she's so long spine, and it kind of gives her a tubular, more narrow look to her body. I don't know if that's the case. I think she's got plenty of it, but really just attractive female. Love her hip and hind leg set. Nice, just female there in that second class. Really fresh one that comes out of the third class, and again, we talked to her as an individual. Love her hip and hind leg set. Love her body. Female that is sound and very functional in her kind. Really like her a great deal. Female that comes out of that fourth class as an individual. Moderate female. She's long in her spine. I think she gives up some quality and some body to the cattle directly in front of her, and it probably gets closer between these three. In this lineup, I think there's a standout young man that comes out of class 3. He's going to have her champion. Young lady out of class 2 is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your AOB Continental Grand Champion is going to be Kurt Williams with his 19 heifer out of Marshall County. Your reserve champion, Callie Ray Childers, Morgan County, with her 236 heifer. Callie Ray's heifer is also your bred and owned champion. Beginning your Charolais heifer show, class 50, with entry 183, MJ Flowers, Pike County, entry 328, Rex Harris in Coleman County, entry 418, Lily Downey, Autauga County, and entry 200, Kaylee Eubanks, Coleman County.
intriguing pair of females that come to the front of this class. I think there's some differences amongst them. I guess shoulder back, and I'm really sold on the rib and body and the presentation and the heifer that leads off. I think there's just more to her. I think a female that is really attractive in her hip and hind leg set. She may get a touch plainer up in her shoulder and her front end, and I'd like to change her in that regard, but a nice female from there back. Heifer that comes in second, probably drawn to her just to her front end quality. I think the female that is long and extended about her neck, she's really long in her spine. She's still sound and correct enough in her structural build. Again, don't know that she pieces together quite like that heifer that leads off, especially there in her top line. Don't know that she's quite as bold in her center. Heifer that comes in next, a female that is really long in her spine. Gets a little bit tighter in her hock, opens up a little bit more behind her shoulder, just like to piece her together maybe a little better from the side. Female that we close with, really kind of a lot moderate, long spine female. She needs more rib and more body just to get around those other cattle, but nice female, gets out with some length through her stride. Nice class there top to bottom. Congratulations.
Your class winner, entry 183, MJ Flowers, Pike County. Followed by second place, entry 328, Rex Harrison, Coleman County. Entry 200, Kaylee Eubanks, Coleman County. And rounding out the class, entry 418, Lily Downey, Autauga County. Entering the ring now, class 51, Charolais heifers, entry 426, Eliza Downey, Autauga County. Entry 422, Jael Downey, Autauga County, and entries 203 and 202, Cole Eubanks, Coleman County.
sort of up in the front of this class, and both of them are pretty similar, and not surprising, I guess. They're both embryo sisters, but for me, I think I like the young ladies to lead off. I think she's a little bit taller shouldered and longer right behind her spine. I think a female that's a touch bolder in that regard. We stop them and we get them set up. That's the one that I navigate to maybe just a little quicker. Maybe still like to change her in her top line when she gets out on the go, but a nice female part to planted. Young man, I like this one quite a bit too. She's a little bit more moderate in her kind. I think a female that is stout in her bone work. She's got a lot of depth to her rib and her body. Doesn't maintain her loin just quite as good as that heifer in front of you. Don't know that she reads with the same look of attractiveness to me, but that's a really nice pair, some trade-offs between them. Young lady that comes in next, really long-bodied, stout-hipped female, coarse-naveled heifer that has some boldness turned to her body. Heifer from the side just has a little bit more shoulder, gets a little plainer in her look, and that's where I'd like to change her. Heifer that comes in next, another moderate female that gets a little bit tighter in her spine. Would like to loosen her up on either end and just give her a touch more boldness there to her center body, but a moderate female that has some stoutness and some power. A good class, again, really nice pair up top. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Cole Eubanks, with our class winner, entry 203, as well as our second place winner, entry 202. Third place was 422, J.L. Downey from Autauga County, and rounding out the class, entry 426, Eliza Downey, Autauga County. Single entry class to round out our Charolais show, class 52 and entry 272, Olivia Maddox of DeKalb County.
Nice big bred single entry that we closed the Charolais show with. I really like her body, really like her practicality. On the standstill, I think she balances up, shoulder back. Might like to give her just a nickel more female look up front, and as she gets out on the go, wants to kind of open up maybe to the base of her shoulder a little bit, but from there back, really like the cowaness to her feature. Nice single entry. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Olivia Maddox. Joining Olivia in the ring for the championship drive, we're going to have MJ Flowers out of class 50 with her 183 entry, as well as Cole Eubanks out of class 51, Coleman County, with his 203 entry.
Real nice trio of females here in our Charolais show. A lot of quality represented amongst the three. As we talk about each of them independently, the young ladies female out of class 1, again, like the ribbon body in her a great deal. I think a female that reads really sound and correct in her structural build. Love the shape to her. Gets a touch plainer up to her front end, and in a perfect world, that's probably where I'd like to change her, but a nice female there out of Class 1. Young man's heifer that comes out of Class 2, liked her part, and they're on standstill about as much as anybody. Does get a little tighter, maybe right there in her forerib, but she's really fresh in her condition. I think a female that's got a good balance and a good female look. I think that's the one you probably navigate to, just there when parked. Heifer that comes out of Class 3, one that reads really bold in her body. Maybe a female in comparison gets a little bit plainer, especially up to her shoulder and front end. Their back, though, just really cowy in her body. I like that about her. For me, the one that stands out and will be a champion is going to come out of Class 2. Congratulations.
Your champion, Charolais heifer, shown by Cole Eubanks of Coleman County. Coming into the ring now is Cole's second place heifer in the class, also Coleman County.
Bringing that second, and we talked about that one in class being really similar to our winner. I think she is, maybe just she gives up a touch of body and dimension in comparison. There's another one that I like, get critical on her front end, but really love her shape there back. Young lady out of Class 1 is going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion, Charolais heifer, is exhibited by M.J. Flowers of Pike County. Your bred and owned champion is the 203 entry from Coleman County, Cole Eubanks. And your bred and owned reserve, Charolais, is entry 202, Cole Eubanks, Coleman County.
We should have it, right?
Yeah. Oh, shoot. I just accidentally changed it.
Your Keina show today is sponsored by Cowhide Darlin Boutique. And we begin with Class 53. Kane Fallon, Blount County, entry 283. And
Entry 380 out of Houston County by Gracie Bell.
So we get started in our key show. I think as the pair here in our first class has pulled the lead, the black heifer wins pretty comfortably. Despite her hocking in and still maybe needing to use a more tractive set to her rear leg, I still think she's an upgrade there over the red heifer. I like her look from the side. I like her depth. I think a female that just still reads to be sounder and more correct in her structural build. Red heifer, she reads really fresh. She's long-bodied. She's got more boldness to her shape. I like that to her. She's got more bone. Unfortunately, when she's pulled the lead, she just gets too tight in her hip and her hock for me, so I'm going to leave her second today. But it's a nice pair to start our key show off with. Congratulations to both those exhibitors.
Your class winner is entry 283, Kane Fallon, Blount County. And your second place entry is entry 380, Gracie Bell, Houston County. Entering the ring now, class 54, Keina heifers, a single entry class, entry 66, MJ Flowers, Pike County.
Really nice single entry as we work our way into the second class, and her shoulder back I like her quite a bit. She's got a lot of body. She's really practical in her build. I think a female that sits down with an attractive hip and hind leg. She chest set out in her maybe just a little bit, and I'd maybe like to just change her up front ever so slightly, but getting really critical of a female with a lot of quality. Like her quite a bit. We'll see her in a little bit. Congratulations.
Congratulations, MJ Flowers, Pike County. Class 55, Keina heifers. Entry number 326, Rex Harrison, Coleman County. And entry 410, Emsley Lovelace, Lauderdale County.
Send me a request for us, Dallas County, to sponsor that talk show he does from well, we can't get that station in Dallas County, but I always send him $500. Nobody knows.
Nice pair again. I think there's just a little bit more to the young lady's heifer that we start with. I think a longer profiling, a deeper female that just has a nickel more turn to her heart and her body, especially back into her flank. Female that's really good in her hip and her hind leg. Female that balances up there really nice. young man that comes in second, not to discredit this one, she's still sound and functional. Gets just a touch more general in her rear leg. She didn't have the same body capacity that we see maybe in that leadoff female, but a really attractive female nonetheless. Appreciate her sound structural build. It's a nice pair. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your Class 55 winner of the Keina heifers, Emsley Lovelace of Lauderdale County. Second place went to Rex Harrison with his 326 entry, Coleman County. Joining Emsley in the ring for your championship drive Keina heifers is going to be entry 283, Kane Fallon of Blount County, and entry 66, MJ Flowers, Pike County.
I think.
Yeah, I think it is. Either way,
Yeah. Well, it'll be an entirely different game than what today was.
Nice trio of females as we close out our key show here, and I think a female in her first class, we'll run through and talk about each of them real quickly. Young man does a nice job with this one. Female that really moderate. I think she's got a great look up front. Female that is really fresh. Maybe not stand out in this lineup just in terms of hip and hind legs simply, but very fundamentally correct female there nonetheless. Really a lot of quality represented in our second class, and I'm pretty sure she was a single entry, love her rib in her body. I think her big advantage is just a female with a lot of freshness. I think a female that is really cowy and really just attractive there in her look and her build. Still like to change her up front, just pull her chest back in just a touch, but getting really critical of a nice female. The one that comes out of the third class, again, one because of her structural build, and I still am a fan of it. Hip and hind leg set goes a long way for me, and she's got a nice one. I think a female that is really deep in her body. Don't know that she bounces up maybe quite as good as the one in front of her, but a really nice female comes out of Class 3. I like the one out of Class 2 to be her champion. Class 3 is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your champion Keina heifer is exhibited by MJ Flowers, Pike County, entry number 66. And your reserve, entry number 410, Emsley Lovelace of Lauderdale County. Our Maine-Anjou show is going to get started this afternoon with a single entry class, Class 56. It's entry number 122, John Matthew Carnley of Coffee County.
That's Josh's son. He looks like Jake when Jake was really young.
Yeah.
Before he stretched out. Before he stretched out.
Yeah, well, we all get a little longer.
I've gotten wider, not longer.
Really young and green heifer that kicks off the main division. I think one that offers some boldness to her center. I think a female that is really attractive up front. Maybe pull her down in her tail head a touch, but a nice single entry. We'll see this one back in a little bit. Congratulations.
Congratulations, John Matthew. Class 57 has a trio of April heifers.
They all the same now, don't they? Yeah, they got the little feather. Yeah.
Entering the ring, entry 374, Libby Bell, Houston County. Entry 481, Savannah Richards, Randolph County. And entry 383, Ella Grace Downs, Elmore County.
I think the black heifer wins pretty easy for me, and it's just her moderation of frame, her rib, and her body. I think ultimately make her the most practical in the lineup. I still like to put her leg down just a nickel square from behind, but I think she dominates in terms of rib and body and practicality. Maybe a stronger conversation could be had between 2 and 3. Ultimately, I think the gray heifer parks with a better profile. She's stouter in her bone work and her feature, maybe a little extreme in a few cases, but I think a female that is really extended up front. She's really expressive in her shape. Really like her stoutness over the red one that we close with. Red one that we close with might offer just a nickel more performance. She's longer in terms of her body. She closes up maybe a little too much for me down low. I'd like to loosen her up in her rear leg as she gets out on the go. A nice class, especially the one up top. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your class winner, entry 383, Ella Grace Downs, Elmore County. The runner-up in the class was 481, Savannah Richards, Randolph County, and rounding out class 57, entry 374, Libby Bell, Houston County. Entering the ring now, class 58, Maine heifers, entry 35, Cabry Kellenbrink, Blount County, and Sarah Beth Faust, entry 341, Blount County. Kellenbrink. I'm saying it with confidence. It's kind of like those biblical places, you know.
trade-offs within this respective pair, and the one that I start with, I think there's just more to her. I think the female that is really bold in her shape, and that's her big advantage over the heifer that comes in too. I think there's just more to her. She gets a touch plainer up front. I'd maybe like to see her just with more female look. Heifer coming in second, that's her big advantage. I think a female that's very attractive up front. She's really correct in terms of her lines. Maybe just runs out of just rib and body and bone for me. Stouting her up in all of those features might get a little bit closer, but really like a lot of things about her, just need just a touch more. Nice pair, congratulations.
It's okay. It's 2 and 1.
Congratulations, Sarah Beth Faust of Blount County, class winner, class 58 of Maine heifers. Second place in the class was Cabry Kellenbrink of Blount County. Give me just a second. Two, one, right? Class 59 of Maine heifers, entry 223, Annabelle Wesley, and entry 36, Cabry Kellenbrink of Blount County. I'm okay with it.
Nice high-quality blaze face heifer here that we closed our last class of mains with, and I really like her length of spine. I like her freshness. Very attractive female from the profile. I think she's got a great deal of just female quality up front, yet she's really bold in her body. Very attractive in her hip and hind leg. Just a really nice heifer there that we lead off with. Heifer that comes in second, I think one that is really bold in her shape. She's very stout as you get in behind her. Gets a little off in her top line. I pull her tail head down just a touch to balance her up a little more correct, but that's a nice, powerful female that comes in too. A nice pair, especially the one up top. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Annabelle Wesley of Pike County, your Maine champion.
For class 59. Maine first place for 59. Second place in the class, Cabry Kellenbrink of Blount County. Joining Annabelle in the ring for the championship drive is going to be out of class 57, entry 383, Ella Grace Downs of Elmore County. Entry 122, John Matthew Carnley of Coffee County out of class 56. And out of class 58, entry 341, Sarah Beth Faust of Blount County.
Not champion yet. Class winner.
Fraudian slip.
Don't forget to check out the live stream and text this to your folks back home. It's jrlivestockexpo.com.
Compliments to our Maine exhibitors. It's been a really nice Maine show, and as we bring our class winners out here, there's 4 of them that are really nice cattle. All of them are relatively good built and sound, maybe some differences in that regard, but I'm not going to run back through and talk them. We kind of talk them in smaller classes really quickly, but there's a standout in the lineup for me, young lady out of class 4. She's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Annabelle Wesley, your Maine champion out of Class 4. Coming into the ring now, out of Class 4, entry number 36, Capri Kellebrew. Okay.
Lady comes back in with that second place out of her last class. Nice female. She profiles really nice from the side. Maybe not utilizes her rear leg quite as effectively for me. My second favorite in the lineup is going to be out of Class 3. Congratulations.
Your reserve Maine heifer is best of Blount County. Entering the ring now, your first class of Simmental heifers this afternoon. Entry number 6, exhibited by Lane Thomas of Shelby County, and entry number 227, exhibited by Keina Childers of Morgan County.
like the balance and ideal and the red heifer that's going to lead off and start into our semi-show. Up front, she ties her neck higher into her shoulders. She's deeper bodied. She's square hip. Really like that heifer. Good deal from the side. A nice place to start. Black heifer that's coming in second, female that is bold in her shape. She's got some dimension as you get in behind her. A touch thicker in her shoulder, a touch plainer from the profile, but really fresh, big bodied, stout made type of female. Maybe just like to see her with just a touch more look in comparison, but a nice female and a good pair. Congratulations.
Your Class 60 Simmental heifer winner, entry 227, Caden Childers, Morgan County, second place. Entry 6, Lane Thomas, Shelby County.
Don't forget to thank your
Sponsors of the Junior Livestock Expo, Sun South, John Deere dealers, nothing runs like a deer. Great Southern Wood, Yellowwood, pressure-treated pine. CK Cattle, whose annual bull sale is the last Friday of October, and the Alabama Beef Checkoff. Beef, it's what's for dinner.
Some of your additional sponsors, the Alabama Beef Cattle Improvement Association, Alabama Ag Credit, Alabama 4-H Foundation, and the Farmers Federations from Winston, Washington, Shelby, Pike, Monroe, Marshall, Dallas, Dale, and Conecuh counties. All the way to Alabama. You have worked hard today, hardly taking a break. He's doing a great job. Entering the ring now, we have our Class 61 Simmental heifers, led off by entry 233, Colt Childers of Morgan County, entry 197, Riley Mears of Blount County, entry 279, Carson Fallon, Blount County, and entry 33, Cabry Kellenbrink, Blount County.
nice pair of quality females come to the front of this class, and when they're stopped in park, they can both give you a really good look, but I think when the cattle are pulled to lead, I much prefer the one that we start. She's more comfortable in her hip and her hind leg. She plants a more attractive one. I think the female just a little bit sounder in the way that she's built and makes a comfortable class winner. Heifer that comes in second, like I said, on the park, she gives you a good look from the side. She's fresh, she's up-headed, she's good looking, gets a touch tighter in her hock, and maybe likes to set her down with a nickel more bone in comparison, but her added quality keeps her over the heifer that comes in 3. Long-bodied heifer comes in next, outlier in the group in terms of performance. Kind of works to her disadvantage where she needs just a shot more depth to her rib and her body. Maybe like to change a couple aesthetic things in her, but nice big heifer there that ends up in 3. Nice pair up top. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Riley Mears of Blount County with the first place heifer in Class 61, entry number 197. Second place was entry 279 by Carson Fallon of Blount County. And entry 33 placed third, Cabry Kellenbrink of Blount County. Entering the ring now, Class 62 is Simmental heifers. Entry 225, Aubrey Lovelady of Tallapoosa County. Entry 57, Christian Salmon, Geneva County. And entry 394, Abby Burgess, Blount County.
Abby's going to be your bred and owned chicken.
Mom is the new secretary of the Alabama Simmentals.
Oh, Amy is? Yeah. Good family.
They're building a new farm center. You know that, or the new ag center in Cleveland.
Target County's building one.
Lady that circles around there and leads off is going to have our class winner, and I think this one's got some performance and some body and some power. Ultimately, a combination of those things lead that one off. I'm not the biggest fan of her structural build. I don't know that there's a big upgrade behind her, but she needs to win on the account. She's got some balance, she's got some power, and she's got some body, but she needs to be a nickel better in her rear leg and the way she utilizes it. I want to make a claim that the one in second's better in that regard, and she might get out with a little bit more flex, but read her to be a little bit frailer in her feature. Don't know that she's maybe quite as stout or as massive as that heifer in front of her. Made it close because of that. I do think she's sounder and an upgrade in that regard, but still just like to see there more there to her. heifer that we close with, a longer body female. She's got more bone. Ultimately, a female that gives up some eye appeal and some quality. Maybe like just to pull her down in her flank. But a good class, a lot of variation. Congratulations.
Your Class 62 winner is exhibited by Abby Burgess, Blount County, entry number 394. Placing second, entry 225, Aubrey Lovelady, Tallapoosa County. And rounding out the class, entry 57, Christian Salmon, Geneva County. Your final class of Simmental heifers this afternoon, entering the ring now, entry number 130, Collins Cofield, Randolph County. Entry 384, Ella Grace Downs, Elmore County. And entry 34, Cabry Kellenbrink, Blount County.
Black heifer here that leads off, probably just a little bit more middle of the road. Heifer that has plenty enough body. I think a heifer that is sound in terms of her structural build. Heifer that reads very correct when she gets stopped and planted. I like the balanced parts in her. Female, a little bit more correct in her teeth placement. I think a nice place there to start. Heifer that comes in second, one that's really fresh through her front end. She's got a good neck, ties in high to her shoulder. Big body female that's still similar to the one that we just talked about, really sound in her build. Like to clean her up in her teeth, maybe correct her in her top line as she gets out on the go. Nice female though that comes in too. Her headed quality keeps her over the heifer in three. Heifer in three, she can give you a good look at her top line and out of her hip. Female reads just a touch plainer in her body. Maybe like just to see her notch bolder, but a good competitive class from top to bottom. Congratulations to all three of those exhibitors.
We know many.
Let's hear it for all of our Simmental exhibitors today. Your Class 63 winner was exhibited by Ella Grace Downs of Elmore County, placing second, Collins Cofield, Randolph County, and rounding out the class, Entry number 34 by Cabry Kellenbrink, Blount County. Joining Ella Grace in the ring right now will be your other class winners in the Simmental breed. We have entry 227 by Caden Childers of Morgan County. Entry 197 by Riley Mears, Blount County. Entry number 394, Abby Burgess, Blount County.
My congratulations goes out to our exhibitors in our Simmental show. We bring each of our class winners back out here, and I think it's a nice lineup of cattle. I think of the ones that we have represented, there are two that stand out for me. They come in probably pair of females that offer a little bit more quality, females that have just a little bit more look. One just I keep navigating to in the lineup. I think she just really intriguing the way she pieces together. Female that's got a great deal of balance. Red Heifer up front is going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Your champion, Simmental heifer,
is exhibited by Caden Childers of Morgan County.
Another nice female that comes in that was second out of the class that our champion came out of. The other one that I'm drawn to the most, again, I think offers a lot of balance. I like her at the ground and her structural build. I'm going to keep the heifer here out of the second class as our reserve. She's my next favorite in the lineup. Congratulations.
Your reserve Simmental heifer is exhibited by Riley Mears of Blount County. And your bred known champion for the Simmental division is Abby Burgess, Blount County.
Getting our percentage Simmental show started this afternoon is Class 64. First heifer entering the ring is exhibited by Lindy Meadows of Randolph County, entry number 430.
We have entry 2222 exhibited by Annabelle Wesley of Pike County. Entry 258, Laura Landers Franklin of Blount County. And entry 232, Colt Childers, Morgan County.
female leads off, and a female, she's got plenty of rib and body. I think of the two females, she's got the most rib and body. I think she's the soundest. Just a really good middle of the road, high quality type of female. Really a nice combination of the two right in behind her. But it's her structural build for me that seals the deal. So nice female there to start. Honestly gets a little closer between 2 and 3, and when parked, you might think this one might rise. Her body does, her dimension does, her look and balance and bone do. When we get her pulled the lead, I don't know that she's just as comfortable enough to date. Could be the thicker shavings. Looks like she's built right in her hock and her ankle, but doesn't want to utilize it quite as effectively as that lead-off heifer, so I'm going to go ahead and keep her second. The reason I call it close, because when the cattle are pulled the lead, I still prefer the structural build in the heifer that comes in third. On the move, she utilizes her rear leg more effectively. Wish she sat down with a nickel more bone in comparison to those other two. Doesn't have maybe the same body dimension, but female that still gives you a quality look, just like to stouten her up in her feature. Heifer that we close with, a nice moderate female. She's really level in her lines. I think a female just gives up some structural correctness to the cattle in front of her. I'd like to loosen this one up in her hip and her hock. Good competitive class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
Your Class 64 winner is exhibited by Annabelle Wesley of Pike County, placing second. Laura Landers Franklin of Blount County. Third, Colt Childers of Morgan County, and rounding out the class, entry number 430 by Lindy Meadows of Randolph County. Your next class of percentage Simmental heifers, entry 159, Amelia Ivy, Houston County. Entry 385, Ella Grace Downs, Elmore County. And entry 266, Mason DeBose, Pike County.
Let's start the class here with Motley Face heifer. I think she's just ultimately the biggest bodied female. She's really broody in her kind. I think her shoulders laid in a little smoother, and she gets out of her front end just a nickel smoother. I think her neck set into her shoulder reach just a little bit more correct, so it builds on her quality look from the side, and it's because of that she needs to go ahead and lead off. Young man's heifer coming in next, another dimensional heifer as we get in behind the cattle. I think a female that reads with some length of body. When pulled to lead, her neck set into her shoulder gets a little bit lower. She needs to lay in a little bit smoother. Needs to loosen up in her hock. A nice heifer though that's really long and powerful. Heifer that comes in third, moderate female. Appreciate those things about her. She's really deep. She's got some practicality to her body. Heifer needs to be loosened up on either end. Again, similar conversation to work her up any higher. Need to give her just a shot more performance. Good class, especially the one up top. Congratulations.
Congratulations, exhibitors. Winning class 65 of the percentage Simmental heifers, Ella Grace Downs, Elmore County. Placing second, exhibit entry number 266, Mason DeVos, Pike County. And rounding out the class, entry 159, Amelia Ivy, Houston County. Entering the ring now, class 66, entry 61, Dow Boyd, Coffee County. Entry 396, Cooper Burgess, Blount County. And entry 400, Daisy McDuffa, Marion County.
It's the balance pieces when the cattle are set up that bring the young man's here in front of me up to the front of this class. For me, it's no contest. Just she balances up so much smoother, so much better than the cattle right in behind her. She's maybe not the boldest female, and that advantage goes into the one behind her, but I much prefer her look and the way that she's built to go ahead and kick this class off. Heifer that comes in second, I talked about her being the one that is really bold. She's really stout. I love how much power she has as you get in behind her. With that, though, she gets a little rounder in the way that she's made in her neck and her shoulder. Doesn't maybe utilize her rear leg quite as functional as that lead-off heifer, but a female that's really dimensional. I really appreciate just how stout and how powerful she is. Heifer that comes in third, she's really modern in her kind. Heifer that has some depth to her body. Unfortunately, a female that gets too coarse in her kind. I'd like to loosen her up in her structural build. Young lady, you can go ahead and pull her out. Like to loosen her up in her structural build to work her up any higher. But good class, especially the one up top. Congratulations.
Congratulations to your class 66 percentage Simmental winner, Dow Boyd out of Coffee County. Placing second, entry 396, Cooper Burgess of Blount County. And rounding out the class, entry 400, Daisy McDuffa, Marion County. As a reminder, following the percentage Simmental show, we'll have our grand championship drive with all of our breed champions back in the ring to choose our top 5.
Entering the ring now, class 67. We have 2 entries in the class. Entry 474, Mary Grace Jeffers of Coffee County, and entry 428, Lindy Meadows of Randolph County.
Is there a scratch? Only Meadows.
Check that. It's a single entry class with just Lindy Meadows of Randolph County.
Another nice single entry. Young lady brings us a March heifer, really long in terms of her spine. Female that has some boldness to her body, some power as you get in behind her. I think a female still maybe drop down just a nickel in her flank. I think a female that is really useful though. We'll see her back in a little bit. Congratulations on this single entry.
Congratulations, Lindy. Our final percentage Simmental heifer is in class 68, a single entry class. Entry number 196, Riley Mears, Blount County. If you lost a single AirPod, I'm not sure if it's your right ear or your left ear, but somewhere on the west side of the arena, come over to this side of the arena and pick it up.
Nice way to close our individual classes in our percent semi show. Female that could use some competition, really high quality, nice profiling female, really gives you an excellent look from the side. It'll be fun to see what she looks like in comparison to the other class winners here in a second, but a really nice class entry with a lot of quality. Congratulations.
Congratulations, Riley. Joining Riley in the championship drive for percentage Simmental heifers today, we're going to have out of class 67, Lindy Meadows, out of class 66, Dow Boyd, your class 65 winner, Ella Grace Downs, and out of class 64, Annabelle Wesley.
Nice lineup, percent semi-cattle as we finish up our breeds in our show today. Last one of the day, and a good way to close with a really stout and really competitive division. I think there's not a lot of nice class winners. I think there's some differences amongst the lineup, obviously. Heifer that comes out of the first class, really like her look, her balance. A female opens up maybe just a touch right in behind her shoulder, but I think a female that really grabs your attention from the profile. A really correct type of female that comes out of the second class. Again, female that offers a great deal of balance and body. Don't know that she's quite as stout in her bone work. Maybe like just to set her down a nickel more correct there in her ankle, but a lot of things that I like about her. Nice female that comes in the third class there on the standstill. She can paint and give you a really good look on an individual basis. I don't know that she has maybe the same frame and body as some of the other cattle on either side of her, but definitely think that's a female that has some look, can offer some balance. A nice female that comes out of class 3. Class 4, single entry female that moderate, has some power. Gives up some quality maybe in this lineup to some of the other cattle, but a nice individual single entry. We close out of class 5 with another single entry that extremely fresh female when parked, gives you a great deal of balance, and yeah, when she's pulled the lead, really like her in her joints and her ankles. She's the one that I like the most in the lineup. She's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Your champion, Simmental, percentage Simmental heifer is exhibited by Riley Mears of Blount County.
Maybe gets a little closer between our first 3 up front for reserve, and there's a lot of different things that you can do. I think each of them has some things that you can navigate to, maybe some things that you'd like to change in each of them. My second favorite, the one that hit me the second hardest, young lady out of class 1. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion, percentage Simmental heifer, was exhibited by Annabelle Wesley out of Pike County.
You got, that's a bred known, and then you got 2 more that were like third.
Okay, we need entry number 430 out of class 64 by Lindy Meadows for the bred and owned decision. And then we need entry number 159 out of class 65 by Amelia Ivy out of Houston County.
It was lost. It was over there somewhere. I have announced that it was lost.
Nice lineup here for our bred and owned show. Young man is going to be our champion. I thought it was close for him and the other heifer that ended up reserved. This will be our champion bred and owned. Congratulations to him. For reserve, maybe some differences between the two. I guess my next favorite in the lineup is going to be the young lady about to circle around here in the purple shirt. Congratulations.
Your champion bred and owned percentage Simmental heifer was exhibited by Dow Boyd of Coffee County. And your reserve champion bred and owned percentage Simmental exhibited by Lindy Meadows of Randolph County. We'll get started with our championship drive in about 3 minutes. And your Charolais breed champion from Coleman County, Cole Eubanks, entry number 203. Your Keina breed champion, MJ Flowers, Pike County, entry number 66. Your Maine champion from Pike County, Annabelle Wesley, entry number 223. Your Simmental breed champion, Caden Childers of Morgan County with entry number 227. Your percentage Simmental breed champion, Riley Mears of Blount County with entry number 196. Let's give all these exhibitors another round of applause. While our judge is making his final decision, a reminder that the Parade of Champions will need to meet for a lineup in the middle of the livestock barn at 7 p.m. this evening to enter the Garrett Coliseum. That is the top 5 market animals, the top 5 breeding heifers, the top 5 breeding bulls, the ultrasound champion winner, and the champion senior, intermediate, junior showmanship winners. Do not bring the animals, just your show stick. Thank you. 7 o'clock tonight. Just for the showmanship on the, just the show stick.
Well, as we wrap up a long day 2 here, I think it's been a fun show, and first and foremost, want to thank the folks here that invited me out. Really been a pleasure. You guys are a first-class group of people, and I would put this show and the people that run it up against any that I've been to, and I've been to quite a few, but you guys are first class, and it's been a pleasure getting to work with your young people. It's been a pleasure to get the camaraderie and to get to visit with the folks ringside and even at dinner past couple nights. It's been fun, and it's been a good use of a couple of days. I know that it was kind of the last minute to try to scramble to make it work, but I'm sure glad I did. It's been a lot of fun. I'm not going to go back through, folks, and talk the cattle. That would be crazy. We've got too many of them out here to do that, right? But one thing that I would ask you to do, it's been an incredible show. There's been a tremendous amount of quality. But the kids have been phenomenal. I've enjoyed getting to interact and work with them. Big round of applause for all these kids. There's a handful that stand out, and I kind of reference back to how they hit me within their respective breeds and getting them back out and comparing them against each other. That they're still kind of standouts in my mind, and I'm really excited to the group that we've got together. I'm really high on the ones that we're going to land on to use. I'll go out and show you the ones that I like. Folks, one more time, big round of applause for all these exhibitors.
Grand champion heifer comes out of the Angus division. Entry number 137, Amelia Thrower. Your reserve grand champion comes out of the AOB Continental division, Kirk Williams, Marshall County. third place overall champion comes out of the percentage Simmental division, Riley Mears, Blount County. Fourth place overall comes out of the Hereford division, Silas Galat, Lee County. And your fifth place overall champion, Scally Ray Childers from Morgan County. Her entry out of the commercial division. We'll now have the judge clear the ring, and we're going to select our top 5 bred and owned animals. Following the bred and owned championship drive, we will take pictures of top 5 overall and top 5 bred and owned at the photo backdrop in the Lewis barn. Exhibited by Cole Eubanks of Coleman County. The Simmental Bred and Owned Champion, Abby Burgess, Blount County. The Percentage Simmental Bred and Owned Champion, Dow Boyd, Coffee County.
Again, a nice group of cattle here in our Bred and Owned show. I'm not going to go back through and tell you these, but we've got to get a top 5 in this group. Again, those of you ringside, big round of applause for all these exhibitors. I'll go out and show you the 5 I like.
Your grand champion, Bred and Owned heifer, comes out of the Simmental, Percentage Simmental Division, Dow Boyd, Coffee County. Reserve champion, Bred and Owned heifer, comes out of the Hereford Division, Brooklyn Price, in Lee County. third place overall, bred known heifer comes out of the AOB British division, entry 314, Asa Thompson, Pike County. In your fourth place, bred known heifer was exhibited by Callie Ray Childers, and rounding out the top 5, exhibiting your number 5 bred known heifer today, Lulu Thompson. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors, great job. Once again, we want to thank our judge, Marcus Arnold. Thank you, Marcus, for your hard work today and for encouraging our young people here in Alabama. Let's give him a round of applause.